Right, good morning, everyone. Ms. Matias, we are live, recording and streaming. You may proceed with this morning's public executive review session.
Yes, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for February 24th, 2026. Please be reminded that there is no public testimony during the review session. Also, I will note for the record that the review session and hearing today is completely remote with no in-person meetings. The two items I'm going to call 2018 151A 6-0500 29th Street. Decision item from yesterday. We will have to third call this, correct?
Yes.
We haven't received DOT yet.
Right.
Okay. Item number 11 from yesterday's hearing, 2025-36BZ, 13725 Jamaica Avenue, Queens. We have not received a revised plan yet, as of yet, so we have to third call this also after the hearing. Okay, zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 15, 2023-59BZ, 280 Bradley Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. I'm just scrolling through my notes. So applicant provided its response regarding the need to keep the large double height 25-foot high multipurpose room in the cellar and to keep the same number of therapy and office rooms, even with the reduction in the number of classrooms and students. A revised square foot per student comparison also has been provided, based on which it seems that the gross floor area of 32,864 per square foot, and the gross floor, and it shows that the gross floor area increase. Actually, the gross floor area increased by, though not that much, but it is in keeping, or it is within the range of the comparison analysis of the other schools. So the justification provided for the therapy rooms are that they will be used for one-to-one or small group sessions, and that some therapy rooms will be used for occupational therapy sessions and entail using these and would need some specialized equipment. The rooms used for these sessions, applicant state, has to be large for that reason, and to support the specialized equipment and the educational space. So it can't be scaled down. So, and also the number of rooms cannot be reduced. So when I was looking at this and I was looking at the total floor area and the counts, when I compared this program to other similar schools that have been brought before the board, and the board is reviewing two such cases, school cases, none of them provide such large number of multipurpose room and the number of therapy and resource room. And these schools have students from preschool to high schools with more number of classes and student body. So one such programmatic report states that per 2022 New York City Building Code, for therapy and tutoring room, 20 per square foot per square foot per children per child, is required. Now, in this particular subject proposed school, there are 12 resource rooms on floors 2 to 3, with a capacity of one person in each room. There's only one room that has capacity for two students, and 7 therapy rooms in the cellar and subcellar, with a minimum capacity, according to the applicant, 56 students, though many of these rooms have more occupiable space, but I will take the 56 students. So these spaces total would be able to cater to 230 students, which is over 70% of the student body that is estimated to attend this school. the proportion of the resource and the therapy room is more than that the board has seen and is not consistent with the programmatic need as outlined in the for this school. So especially when there is a significant reduction in the number of grades and the students. So I'm still not convinced of this need for this large 25-foot high multipurpose room, and also so many therapy rooms in the cellar and the subcellar. And I totally question the need for going so far below grade for a school that is only going to be for grades 1 through 4, for preschool to 4th grade, and with a 300 student body. So I want the applicant to clarify the what differentiates the school from other similar schools, warranting so many therapy and resource rooms. So the applicant has provided a revised plan, and it shows the ground floor has increased a little bit in zoning floor area, and therefore the zoning floor area has increased slightly from 17,436 square foot to 17,698 square foot. So which increases the FAR to 1.77 FAR. Drawing number page 10. The sky exposure plane line should start from the 15-foot depth of front yard. It is not shown correctly. However, it is shown correctly on page number 11. I know we are waiting for a review from DEP with regards to any kind of window wall attenuation for the classrooms. So there isn't any note that has been added.
By chance.
Vice Chair, did you want to say anything?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. With regards to the trash pickup, plans show refrigerated trash storage where the perishable items will be stored. However, it was not clear where the non-perishable material will be stored. And since the trash pickup is going to be segregated, I would like more clarification as to when the pickups for all the different material will be and how they will be stored within the site prior to the cleanup, prior to the pickup, and how they will be brought to the curb. So do need a little bit more clarification on that. With regards to the traffic part of the analysis, we're still waiting for DOT review, especially with regards to the auto turn analysis, which is a very, very, very critical part of this project. And without it, I don't think this project can stand since they have to accommodate, since no parking, no bus drop-off pickup can happen on the curbside. And so the alternative was to consider a possibility of providing a bus drop-off pickup within the site. But that has raised concern at DOT, and the board has also raised concern about the auto turn movement. And so we are still waiting for DOT's review of the auto turn movement. Based on the analysis that the applicant has provided, it seems at max 4 school buses would be arriving and departing at a given time. However, the analysis shows, the auto turn shows 6. Be that as it may, 4 or 6, the turning movement is not going to change given the size of the bus and the placement on the site.
Ms. Pranga's hand is up when you're ready.
Just 1 second, yeah.
Yeah.
So while the applicant has revised the sidewalk by eliminating the curb cuts, I think, but as I said, there are 2 critical components that DOT is looking for, is the auto turn and making sure that buses entering and exiting the site will not be relying on the neighbor's curb cut. It will be only on the curb cut on the subject site, and will be able to do that. So that's a critical part of this feasibility of this project for this site. And I'm questioning still the programmatic element of the school below grade. The school, we also received a leasing document. I believe the site is located in Newark, New Jersey, but I think let's get to those two items before we can get into the other questions. Ms. Prenga, yes.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add to your comment because the applicant provided a file that they called the auto turn analysis. And we did send that to DOT school safety, and they said that that's what was provided is not, I guess, doesn't follow the methodology or practice of how an auto turn analysis should be produced. And so it needs to show the path of a turning vehicle. That is, and it must show the footprint of the path of the vehicle entering the site. So that is some feedback that they gave us, and they're going to reissue comments. So the auto turn they provided is not exactly the standard type of auto turn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything you said. I just want to focus a little more on the turning analysis. I have been driving for over 20 years. I've driven both sedans, trucks, buses. I've driven multiple vehicles. I look at that turning radius and I say, hey, maybe, just maybe one time I can make it. But what we're not considering is the air quality of those buses. Now, they can come back and say, we'll make electric cars, electric buses. Now, one of the things about electric buses is that the greatest pollutant of a vehicle is the tire, and the weight of the electric battery is much, much heavier than a combustion engine, which will then create noxious chemicals. Now, these chemicals, whether it's the gas or the electric, will either spill out to the neighbors or give this up into the rooms. This is not a safe location for this type of use. And I've said this over and over again, and the board has agreed with me on multiple occasions about just the feasibility of this site. But we're still doing this. And frankly, that turning radius was not new. That was something that was given to us before the last hearing. We're not making progress here. We're not moving steps here. This is a dangerous situation for the students and for the community at large. I cannot support this. And frankly, they have refused to acknowledge the danger that this is producing. I have nothing further to say about this.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I still have reservations about the turning analysis, but I'm willing to wait and see the revised turning analysis that they will be submitting to DOT.
Okay, Commissioner Shetter.
Thank you, Chair. I second your comment regarding the number of the therapy rooms. I'm also not convinced by the argument that was the kind of response we got regarding the double height for the multi-purpose. They are talking about this is going to allow the students to engage comfortably in the movement and activity during the gym and physical. I have seen gyms with much lesser height than that, so I'm not sure why does it need to be that tall. And just a reminder for the board, I raised concerns regarding the turning since day one. And I thought I was under the impression for some reason, I don't know why, maybe I heard it from one of the board members or maybe from the applicant that they may use like a smaller kind of buses. But I'm looking at the turning auto turn analysis right now. It's still using the same size of bus that's on the plan since day one. So I'm not sure how this is gonna work, like from traffic perspective and from structural perspective. I raised concerns before regarding that if the driver misses and hit like a corner or one of the sides or one of the columns of the building, it's gonna be a big deal. So I'm not sure why we still like deliberating this. The turning thing need to be like looked at in a different way, or I believe the easier solution is to find another another location. And just a reminder for us, all of us, sometimes when we ask one of the applicants for, I personally, I experienced this probably tons of times when I ask an applicant with a school or so to add something, I got yelled at because, oh, they don't have money. And look at this site here, 2 like full floors below grade. This is gonna cost tons of money to construct. I don't know what is the philosophy and what is the reasoning behind putting 2 floors, 2 full floors below grade in a school like this. So that's what I have for now. And like my colleagues indicated, I'll be waiting for DOT to see what's going to happen with the auto turn analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree, Chair, with your programmatic comments. I think the justification for the multi-purpose room is definitely not there, as we've seen a number of schools with similar rooms or no multi-purpose rooms at all. We've only seen high school level competition basketball gyms that require double height spaces. And in that case, we're looking at very different dimensions. So what I would think is that they should get rid of the double height space and use that floor area and come back with something that complies with the max wall height and compliant with the sky exposure plane. And also potentially the total building height, because that is a huge amount of floor area that is double heighted and causing the bulk to increase. And on that note, I wanted the applicant to take a look at the total building height, which is being noted as 46 feet on both the zoning analysis form and the table on the drawings and the elevations. If the bulkhead is a permitted obstruction, then please use the correct zoning terms. The building height would be the top of the roof if everything above the roof is a permitted obstruction. And that way we're looking at what your actual ask is according to the zoning resolution. I wanted to go through the auto turn really quickly because I was surprised at what was submitted. Let's see. Okay, so this is what was submitted. If you can see my screen here, we're just looking at the orientation of buses as they would turn into the curb cuts. But what an auto turn analysis is, and this is just, of course, a Google image search, but what I was looking for is a swept path analysis, which is you should have 2 parallel sets of curves that indicate how a vehicle will actually maneuver through the space. And that's what I assume DOT is also going to be looking for, because it doesn't indicate that at all within the area we're really concerned about, which is underneath the school. I think, as Chair said, the DOT will also be looking at how it impacts the streets. But for the auto turn analysis that I was looking for, at least, It was for a swept path analysis within this first floor. Okay.
Commissioner Yoon, I just want to add to this. This is not the first time you've said this.
No,
Um,
it's not.
and it's not the first time that I brought this up. And the last time we brought this up, they're like, oh, don't look at these lines. These lines are fake. We're going to give you something that shows real lines. But I can tell you as a driver, I drive to all my site visits. I drive often. The type of turn that they're looking to do can be done once in a while. To expect this to happen in 220 days of schooling is an absurdity.
Okay,
And
I think I just want to, we have said as Vice Chair, I'm going to just step in. I think we have enough on the record. It's been, this is the sixth hearing, and we have raised these concerns consistently.
well, then you would excuse my
board.
frustration.
So I understand your frustration, and I think what I'm going to suggest that we hear what the applicant has to say, but I am now reaching the point where, yes, we did ask the applicant to revise the plan, reduce the scope of the plan. All of those were done, but it has not addressed some of the other concerning factors which have been there at the beginning. We were looking at initially we were looking at the bulk, and yes, the bulk reduction and the scale reduction has happened, but this has not addressed the other issues in terms of how the neighborhood with this use will remain safe in terms of traffic, air quality, and noise, and those are still outstanding. And so I remain concerned on this, and I want to give the applicant one more opportunity at this hearing today to make its statement. But I think given what I'm hearing from all the commissioners, this is not something that seems to be going in the direction that the applicant is hoping for. So I'm just going to warn the applicant now and be prepared for the public hearing.
I have one more comment.
Go ahead. And this will be the last comment on this because I need to take a little break after this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just that there's indication that there's a trash storage room. I couldn't find it on the plans. And then the calculation.
It's in the kitchen. If you look
Okay.
at it, it's a very tiny one. It's really for the refrigerated trash.
Okay. The other question is, how did they arrive at their trash calculation? Because it doesn't seem to be consistent with what we've been requiring through school safety's guidance for 2 pounds per day per student. They're telling us that they are only storing 228 pounds of trash, and they have 304 students. So they need to update that.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay. I'm going to take a short 5-minute break.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
So can we put on a little break? Thank you.
I'm having some trouble starting my video. It's been disabled by the host.
Oh, I think only.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Matias, we're back. You may proceed with the public executive review session.
Okay, we're back on the record. This is the review session for February 24th, 2026. The next item to be discussed is item number 16, 2024-27 BC and 5512 BC, 762 Wythe Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. So fire department issued a no objection letter, and the applicant has provided clarification regarding the public assembly space, which is currently located on the 5th floor, and it is being proposed to be demolished to allow for the proposed enlargement. Based on the plan, it seems that portion will be converted from a large multipurpose room to classrooms. And applicant has also provided its response to DOT comments regarding pedestrian analysis. And applicant's environmental consultant states that such an analysis is not required because the school bus loading and unloading occurs along Wythe Avenue, which is not affected by the placement of the trash bin. The trash bins are placed along Penn Street building frontage. And according to the plan and as shown in the photographs, they are occupying no more than 3 foot from the street wall. I have to say the applicant has been very accommodating and has been very responsive to the comments that the board has raised, and that and has been actively addressing these issues, especially with regards to containerizing the trash, identifying a trash storage area within the building, and providing a very detailed operational plan for trash removal and placement and cleanup thereafter. So I think this is moving in the right direction. However, we do have open analysis from the environmental, air quality, shadow, and so Ms. Benke, let me know if there's any update on these.
We did just receive the noise response to noise comments for DEP. So
And-
we're waiting for, we'll send that over to DEP. So we're waiting for air quality, and we sent one to shadows. We had that response to parks, and we just need the disadvantaged communities assessment as well.
So these are comments we received from the applicant. The noise comments were from the applicant that we received?
I believe it was a response to DEP comments issued in January
Okay,
on noise.
okay, all right. Are these substantive? Are these there more analysis that is required? You know?
Trying to see. It looks like the chapter was updated. So I don't think the noise looked that substantial. I don't recall about air quality, so.
Okay. Well, these are part of the findings, so we do need these analysis to be done for us to consider closing it if everything seems acceptable. Okay, thank you. So, and the DAC has not been provided yet?
I'm not seeing it in the file.
Okay,
They could update me if they think it's been.
okay, all right, thank you. Vice Chair Shibata?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to expound a bit on the waste bin problem. I feel like they have addressed it as best as they can. The waste has been transported from the school's cafeteria and stored in the securely tied heavy-duty plastic bags in room 20. Now, we did have a case last week where we're considering the rodent problem of storing these bags outside at 7 p.m. And perhaps the applicant can show like a custodian or someone, because I don't know when these bags are going to be collected. So as we have a notorious rodent problem, I think that the applicant can give us some more insight as to whether or not these bags are collected at night or they're collected in the morning. But I do really appreciate how responsive this applicant has been to everything we've asked. This is just a side note of what else can be done to ensure that we don't have a larger rodent issue.
I believe the applicant had stated that the trash bags will be put in the container and will be rolled out of the building, and the trash containers will be stored outside.
Yes, but
and not the trash
that's
bags.
after 7 p.m.
The whole purpose of these trash containers, my understanding is that they are anti-rodent containers. But anyway, I will let the applicant clarify that.
Other than that, I'm fully supportive of this application and I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no questions.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application, and I want to thank the applicant for the responsive submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank the applicant for a responsive submission. I don't have any more comments.
Thank you. Okay.
Item number 17, 2025-22 BZ, 51 Little West 12th Street, Manhattan.
I'm just going through my notes. At the initial hearing, board had directed the applicant to reduce the FAR, and that is no more than 5 FAR to be considered, since that is the max, and that is what is permitted in an M15 for commercial manufacturing uses. So the applicant, in response to that, has reduced the proposed FAR from 7.02 to 4.89 FAR, totaling 12,623 square foot of floor area, and has reduced the number of floors. The building height has reduced from 14 stories to 10 stories, and the number of dwelling unit also has reduced from 12 to 7 dwelling units. However, the plan still would have a cellar space with some space allocated for residential use and the rest of the space allocated for a restaurant. And the first floor and the third floor will have restaurant use, and the second floor will be the utility room with an open terrace, and the 4th to 10th floor will contain residential unit. So a few questions before I get into the findings. Does the residential elevator provide access to the cellar level? Because that's not how the cellar plan reads. Plan shows a retail use on the 3rd floor, which does not correspond with the statement of facts and the financial analysis, because it assumes the 3rd floor to be a restaurant use, continuation of the restaurant use on the 3rd floor. Zoning analysis states 30-foot of rear yard is proposed. That is for the residential portion. Indicate the proposed rear yard depth for the commercial use. Minimum is 20 foot that is required, and I didn't see any of that dimensioned out in the plans. So moving on to the findings with regards to the uniqueness. Though the cover letter states it, the geotechnical condition, landfill and groundwater necessitating a dewatering for foundation cellar and elevator pit continues to be included in the uniqueness as an additional site condition. So while the cover letter says that it's not being factored in, it is kind of considered in the uniqueness analysis as an additional site condition. So as directed at the initial hearing, remove this additional site condition factor. Also remove the BSA precedence case 299-12BZ 56 10th Avenue, as the board was not convinced. Unlike the subject site, Highline diagonally cuts through 56 10th Avenue. And whereas this particular subject site is not directly affected that way. And 56 10th Avenue had soil contamination, which the board didn't find that there was any soil contamination with the subject site. So please remove that case study as a sample. With regards to the finance, there are a lot of issues I found, but I will wait to hear that from Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Sheta. The only factor was considered as hardship was the narrow lot condition. I still have to question the way the revised financial analysis was done. The revised financial analysis includes a separate line item, and it says the total foundation in brackets below grade for cost estimate. Though not considered a premium cost, I do not know, since it's not a premium cost, I don't know why it is being separately called out as a cost when it should have been factored in as part of the Marshall and Swift, and as I understand it. So I want to hear more about this from the other commissioners. Also, shouldn't the as of right and the proposed cost for the same below grade construction that is being shown on the plan, shouldn't that be same? Why is the as of right less than the proposed? In the as of right, the cost of that same below grade construction is coming out to 1.39 million, whereas for the proposed, it's coming out to be 1.79 million. Why in the as of right, similar to the proposed, restaurant use is not being considered on the third floor with an outdoor terrace overlooking the High Line, especially when the lease rate for the restaurant is more than the office space. So I think the analysis showed that the rental space for a restaurant ranges from $163 to $140 per square foot, whereas it's $35 for office. So why wouldn't you consider a continuation of a double layered restaurant space as you're proposing for the proposed in the as of right? Another one that I had mentioned at the last hearing and the applicant completely overlooked it is the value of the High Line. The value of overlooking the High Line is being undermined, and it is undermining both the residential and the restaurant comps. I was looking through residential buildings located. Oh, sorry. Please, can everybody mute because
that's me. That's me.
Yeah.
I was resolving the connection. Sorry.
Okay. So I was looking through the residential buildings located near and abutting High Line. I came across 519 West 23rd Street. It's a residential condo that is located on a 25-foot lot that is 98 foot deep and also has 2-bedroom dwelling units. Unlike the subject building, which is directly overlooking High Line, and there is no property in between, 519 West is located 40 feet from High Line. And when I was looking at all the listings, the listings stated situated along Chelsea's prestigious High Line. Another listing said has balconies looking directly on the High Line, overlooking the High Line Park. So there is absolute high value for this property abutting Highline. So need to revise the comp analysis and factor in the value of Highline more than the waterfront views. And the board had asked that the waterfront view for adjustment factor be removed, which was not done. So I think if you want to remove this, put the Highline back. And if you do want to use the waterfront view, I still think it's wrong. So, and I'll wait to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown on that one. I also had a question regarding the cap rate. So 7% cap rate for residential in this area, given what I just laid out of some of the sales that's going on, isn't that too high? Especially when the application is mentioning the changing land use of this area to residential in its neighborhood character analysis, and is also referring to the proposed Gansevoort Square development rezoning, which would permit residential use. So I think 7% cap rate is too high for this area for residential use, and it should be brought down. And this will, I think, and I'm not the financial expert, I think a lot of these things will change the analysis. Anyway, so I think for me right now, the issue is still with the A and the B. The reduction in the height, it is in keeping, but as I mentioned, the issue is with A, B, and how then therefore it affects the E finding. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair, for your comments. I agree with you that the A, the B, and the E are still outstanding. I would like to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown and from Commissioner Sheta about their financial analysis and their in-depth look at the cost that they are supporting and submitting. I am not convinced by this application as it stands today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Okay, lots of comments here. The uniqueness now, as you said, is just that it is a small and narrow vacant lot. Even though they're saying there's a high water table, I believe Commissioner Sheta has already dismissed the high water table as being unique to this site because, number one, this site does not excavate down to the water table. And also, all of the properties in the area have the same water table. So therefore, that should not be included as uniqueness. And the key here is because it is not unique, it should not be called out in the financials as special or premium costs. And that means that their construction costs on a whole have to conform within the framework that is set by Marshall and Swift. You cannot have an add-on because we are forcing everybody to use Marshall and Swift. And as I said it before, Marshall and Swift is one way of grounding these costs in a verifiable reality. And using a cost estimator, it is impossible for us to track whether or not they're inflating the costs or even double counting. And so therefore, no cost estimator. That being said, I have reviewed the latest financials, and I'm just going to be as simple as I can in my critique of them because some of them you could get really intricately involved in trying to figure out what's going on. And that means that if it's not clear, it's not convincible. So we'll start with the site value. The site value still has an upward adjustment for potential water view. We've had this discussion before. You cannot claim that you're a waterfront property when you're 4 sites from the waterfront because anybody in those other 4 sites can build and block your view. So you are not waterfront. Also, I want to say you cannot claim your waterfront in the site value and then say that you're not waterfront when it comes time to talk about the income. And that's also what this financial report claims. So that really needs to be lower. So right now, the site value has been reduced from the previous point report, but it can be lower and it should be lower. Now, the residential leases, they really need to be a lot clearer in showing their blend calculations, because it's not clear whether or not they're accounting for the views on the upper floors. And by views, I agree with the chair, views of the High Line. So that's all I will say about that. It seems like they are actually, I'll say one more thing. It seems like they're using $100 a square foot for anything that isn't the first floor, with the argument that the first floor is the most valuable and the other floors are worth half the value. But they really need to confirm that for us. And also, we don't agree with them. So that's another issue.
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah. So as for residential leases, first of all, right now the project is 7 two-bedroom apartments. Each one is 810 square feet with a terrace. The applicant is saying that this is a not valuable apartment size in square feet, disregarding the fact that there are 2 bedrooms here. And they are saying, therefore, they can use 1-bedroom condos to value that. So my first question is to the applicant, wouldn't you agree that 2-bedroom apartments are more attractive than 1-bedroom apartments? It seems to me they are, because all of the major appraisal companies arrange their data according to number of bedrooms. Even the reports that they cite to, which are Miller Samuel and I believe perhaps Corcoran report, they actually arrange all of their data by number of bedrooms first before they don't even talk about square footage, which proves to me that number of bedrooms is the primary consideration when looking at residential sales. Therefore, being that this is 2 bedrooms, you should not be using 1-bedroom apartments. Another thing that they do is, once again, even though I raised this issue before, they are not using comparables that have terraces. So my second question is, don't you believe that having a terrace adds value to a property? If so, then your comparables should have terraces. If for some reason you cannot find any comparables with terraces, then you need to make upward adjustments to your comparables sales prices to account for the fact that the subject has terraces. Then my next issue is with how you're arranging the data and the information into your stacking plan. The stacking plan is far too complicated for an apartment building that only has 7 apartments. And all 7 apartments basically are exactly the same. They're stacked on top of each other. So maybe there might be a premium for the fact that you have a little more height and possibly a little more view on an upper floor than a lower floor. But really what you need to be doing is nixing the stacking plan, get an appropriate sales price per square foot based on properly adjusting your 2-bedroom comps, price your terrace at 40% of the sales price, and add it on top of the sales price based on your comps if the comps do not include outdoor space. If all of the comps do include outdoor space, then it would be okay for you to factor in the terrace price as part of the average price per square foot that the comps suggest. But all of the apartments, when you add all of the sales prices together and divide it by all of the square feet, should come out to the average price per square foot that you get from your comparable sales analysis. That would be clean and simple and very transparent for us to be able to see. Right now, I feel that they are depressing the income and the sales for this project. And conversely, they are increasing or inflating the construction costs of this project. And we all know what happens when that happens. It makes it look like a project is not feasible when in fact it actually is. So they say let's look at the construction costs. They say that they have to use a cost estimator for the seller. And so because of that, they're going to take out whatever portion of the Marshall and Swift cost has to do with the seller and add in a whole number that represents what this seller would cost to construct. So what they're doing is they're taking out $2.57 of above grade building area for excavation and foundation costs. And then they're adding in a whole number when divided by the above grade space in the building equals $107 a square foot. So you could see how the cost estimator greatly inflates the cost of the seller and why we want to control for that. So they need to go back to the drawing board and use solely Marshall and Swift to account for the entire building. Now, the last comment I want to make has to do with construction period and lease-up time. The construction period and lease-up time for a 6-story as-of-right building is 31 months, and for the proposed 10-story building is 41 months. This is important because the higher the construction and lease-up time, the lower the annual return looks, because you're dividing the total return by the total months of this project timeline. And so I also want to say here, if Department of Finance is allowing developers to take 3 years to build office buildings that are 60 stories tall and hundreds of thousands of square feet and a lot of complication, I don't understand why it would take 20 months to construct a 6-story building and 26 months to construct a 10-story building. This is just inflated time, and it just does not make sense. It does not pass the giggle test to me. So in summary, the development costs are too high, the income is too low. B and E have not been proven to me.
Okay, and I just want for clarification, when you say that solely Marshall and Swift needs to be used for the entire building and remove the cost estimator, I'm assuming the Marshall and Swift also factors in Manhattan situation where you're building infill construction and where you're building below grade concrete construction and such.
Yes, you take the base cost and you apply a geographic locator to that base cost. And that actually adds quite a bit to your per square foot cost factor.
Yeah, Marshall and Swift is actually well known for being location relevant. And while that sometimes, we've had discussions with applicants about how it may not affect real time, I do agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that we need to use this as a basis point, and I don't think we can step away from that at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Just before we proceed with the next commissioner, I just wanted to make an announcement to the public. This is a public review session, and there's no public testimony. I keep seeing hands raised. You will have your opportunity once we go into the public hearing portion of our day. So just thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with answering two few questions first. Why do you see 1.3 million versus 1.8 million while the underground construction is the same? Maybe you look at the two sellers and they look like they are identical, but because one of the building is 10-story building and the other 6-story building, so the loads are different and the number of piles are different. That's why there is a difference in the underground cost.
Okay.
So this is because of the number of deep foundation elements that they are assuming that they're going to be using.
Which
The
will
second,
still be reflected, which still will be reflected if you were to use the Marshall and Swift.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. But the second question is, would Marshall and Swift consider the location? It's not just the location. Marshall and Swift is a very powerful tool, and I had discussions with many about this tool. Many, when I say many, I mean many who work at the organization that developed Marshall and Swift. It considers the location. It considers the complexity of the building, the foundation type, whether there is groundwater or not, whether they need a complicated SOE or not. All these kind of items are like included. And by the way, it's AI based tool. It's not just a database. It's a database that's powered by AI. So it's a smart tool. So when there is no need to depart from Marshall and Swift, applicants shouldn't do so. That's an introduction.
Okay.
The second, and this is shocking to me. I thought we settled last hearing with everybody on the fact that geotech parameters are not considered a hardship on this side. They are not considered uniqueness because they are the same. Groundwater is the same. The existing fill material, class 7 material is the same. The adjacent buildings, more or less, there is no single building or lot in the city, vacant lot in the city, that doesn't have 2 or 3 adjacent buildings that need excavation support or sometimes even underpinning. In this case, the applicant is lucky because underpinning is not probably needed. So I thought that's a done deal. But looking at the submission that is made, and honestly, when I reviewed this case, I read first the cover letter. And the cover letter, there is a statement that says, and I'm gonna read, it says remove, this is one of the comments of the board, remove geotechnical cost from uniqueness and calculation of hardship. And the response of the applicant to that, it says included in this submission is a revised economic analysis prepared by Barbara Cohen, planning consultant, blah, blah, blah. And it says the revised financial remove geotechnical costs previously included in calculating financial hardship. And it proceeds that the statement of facts remove the argument of the hardship related to the geotechnical parameters from the statement as well. But when you look at, and I'm gonna just share my screen in a second here. Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, this is the current financials. If you look at the site value, and right immediately after that, base construction cost, and then foundation cost below grade, separate, as it's a premium item. If you look at the previous financials, look at this number carefully, 1.395127. If you look at the previous financials, total premium foundation cost, 1.39, same exact number. It's like they just rename it. And it sounds like they look at us like we don't digest. We just look at the naming is different. Good, pass. No, we read and we think and we digest. And this number should be out, period. The only uniqueness on this site is the width of the lot. Any item that's like other than this should be taken off. I don't want to see cost related to any item other than the narrowness in the financials. And I don't want to see that structural engineer report because I'm really like this is, I'm not sure if you see this image here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We-
If you look at this image, this is an excerpt. I did work on this. I did spend time on this. I did this analysis for the applicant. If the applicant doesn't like my analysis, he should respect me and respond to me with an
I want to
analysis.
I want to stick to the facts.
Yes, sure.
Stick to the facts.
My point is, if you are insisting on putting the groundwater in after we raised the comment last hearing, and we said it should be taken out because it's not unique, and in addition to that, you're not digging down according to your geotechnical report. You're not digging down to the groundwater. This is from the geotechnical report. This is observation well in boring number 1. Over here, it says the ground elevation is 8. I put it here highlighted. Ground surface elevation 8. If you look at the depth to the groundwater, it's from 12.7 to 12.2. Let's say it's 12.5 average. If elevation 8, you go down to 11.5 feet, that takes you to elevation negative 3.5. The sidewalk here is elevation 10.5. That means that this is 10.5 to negative 3. This is almost 14 feet deep.
Okay.
They are just digging from that elevation about 9.5 feet.
Right.
So
Thank
you're not digging to groundwater.
Thank
Please
you.
take it out.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think this was stated at the, as you pointed, it was stated at the last initial hearing also, and was also mentioned today, both by me and by Commissioner Artley Brown. Thank you for concurring. with-
What is driving the cost for this project is these two numbers, the 1.3 and the 1.4 million for the as of right, and the 1.8 million claimed premium that shouldn't exist. And the second thing is the height of the building. And again, that structural engineering report, I'm not buying this. I'm not convinced with it. I tried to be like honest with the engineer, and I advised him not to go there. You're not using a tangent pile or a secant pile, and I explained why last hearing. Again, the report still there. Please take this out of the financials. I don't want to see it. I don't need that. The geotech report, you submitted that separate. You don't have to put it in the financials to make it thicker. And please take these numbers, the premium, the cost premium, out of the equation. Doing so, if you do so, I believe the 7% that you mentioned, Chair, this number here, that one, in the current financials, it's gonna jump over. It's gonna be probably much higher than 7. The 7.4%, it's gonna jump up, and probably the negative 8.5, it's gonna shrink. I still support that the use waiver on this site, because I am convinced that the width and the size of the site is not gonna be a good fit for a manufacturing facility here. But supporting the residential use doesn't mean that you go to 10 floors. And it's not necessarily to utilize the whole 5 FAR that's available when the use is in compliance. This is a variance case. You're departing from the zoning law to a variance. If you're getting a variance, you should prove it to us that this is the minimum variance that gives you relief. And if you can use a smaller FAR than the 5 that's available in a compliant use, do so, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Okay, thanks. I have a few comments. This is just my 2 cents on the groundwater. I mentioned it last time. It's no way unique at this level. I've worked on affordable housing projects in the middle of Brooklyn with higher groundwater tables. So it's not even unique to this part of Manhattan. So take it out. I think just the completely ignoring lots of comments was very frustrating. Like, Chair, you had asked for the architectural feature at the top of the roof that should be removed, and that was clearly still shown. What I didn't mention at the last time, because we were hung up on the A finding, a few details about the plans. The second floor utility room that is not counted as floor area, you will need to clearly document what type of mechanical equipment it is that you need in this room that cannot be located in the cellar or the roof in order for us to consider this as deductible floor area. DOB is very strict about utility room deductions, and I've worked on many mixed-use residential projects, and never have I ever seen something this big or this blatant try to go through. So please, if you want to deduct the floor area, show me exactly what I need, a schematic equipment schedule. I need to know the access points and the clear paths to those pieces of equipment. We're gonna have to go through this very, very thoroughly if, at least for me, to be convinced that there's any justification for a deductible utility room on the second floor. Otherwise, count it as your floor area and stick to the bulk parameters of the underlying zoning, as was discussed by Commissioner Otley Brown at the last hearing. If we consider this variance, we could consider use, but I don't think there's any justification for any bulk waivers here. So on top of that, you have an elevator going up to your mechanical roof. And so I had a question about whether there's amenity space up there and if that's being factored into any of the financials. We got some comments from a neighborhood organization called Save Gansevoort regarding the indication that there's residential use that is erroneously shown for 7 of the 13 buildings cited in your neighborhood study. I was looking at the radius map and the neighborhood character maps. They also don't seem to match when purporting residential use nearby. So please take a look at that and revise those. The zoning analysis form should list that the max front wall height is 85 feet or 6 stories. And again, I think if we are to consider this variance, you have to come in within the underlying zoning bulk requirements for us to consider a use variance, or at least for me to consider a use variance. That's all I have.
Okay, so it seems from the discussion here, some of the commissioners are questioning the uniqueness, the need for a variance, and if somebody is accepting the need for a variance, the question of the degree of the variance.
Yeah.
So, okay, all right, thank you.
Right, Commissioner Sheta has his hand up, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a comment from the last hearing that I forgot to mention it, and even I was about to forget it this hearing too. Back in 2009, I believe, the adjacent construction of the Standard Hotel caused their building to be like damaged. And my question to them, did they get any compensation from
I think this was raised at the last hearing. It was raised at the last hearing.
I'm not sure if I raised that.
I clearly remember it.
Okay. Okay. Did we get an answer for that? I didn't see a response.
Yeah, we did not.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Item number, go on.
Go ahead.
Item number 18, 2025, 30BZ, 1680 Boone Avenue, also known as 1717 West Farms Road, the Bronx.
1 second. So the applicant revised the plan by shifting the building bulk away from Boone Avenue and located more closer to the West Palm Road, which is a wider roadway, without affecting the total zoning floor area or the total number of units. However, in return, it seems more 3-bedroom units can be provided. And I think that could be as a result of the HPD term sheets and the requirements. And the applicant has provided the term sheet pursuant to HPD's new construction finance and the supportive housing program under the NY 1515. Applicant also provided a scaling analysis, which is interestingly, it provided a scaling analysis showing a financial gap for a 14-story building with 262 dwelling unit. And though I would say per an as of right analysis, the maximum permitted residential dwelling unit would have been even less than that. So which shows that even with a 14-story building, there is a gap. So the as of right would, of course, have sustained a greater financial gap. And the best part of this whole discussion is we received an HPD soft commitment letter for this project. With regards to the question I had raised, is the way the building is oriented on this zoning lot, would it affect any redevelopment of lot 34, which is part of the zoning lot? And the applicant states that that is unlikely, since there is a light and air easement between within the zoning lot. So this goes towards addressing my concern as to whether it would impair any as of right development on the adjacent parcel, lot 34. And so overall, I'm very satisfied with the revisions that's been made, and it is more responsive to the context, while maintaining the much needed affordable housing units that would be provided. So I really do not have any other questions other than Ms. Benke. Are there any open environmental review?
You just received the shadows sign off yesterday, and the only open review is air quality with DEP.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
You're muted, sir. And we're on Boone Avenue.
Statements. I have nothing further to add to this application. Thank you.
Are your findings have been, you believe your findings would be met, the findings?
I do believe the findings will be met, but I do believe they still have some work to do.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I had previously asked for the sensitivity analysis that proved that this was the minimum number of units and minimum size to make this project feasible. And that's what I received. And so I feel that I can definitely support this project at the size that it is right now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I believe the finding has been met, and I'm satisfied with the application.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I appreciate the responsiveness of the applicant and the architectural team. They added more windows along the west elevation to help break up those tall blank walls, and I am satisfied.
Oh, yes, that's right. And I just want to say that this project, also similar to the Frederick Douglass project, would qualify as a fast track affordable housing site, since it is located in a residential zoning district, and it would be developed by an HDFC. And we have received a soft commitment letter from HPD. So really similar to the fast track affordable housing, the finding that would be before the board would be related to the neighborhood character. And as I stated earlier, with the revision to the site plan, where the bulk has been shifted away from Boone and closer to the wider roadway, and providing more window treatment, and without it impacting any, impairing any development on lot 34, the findings of the neighborhood character is being met, not just for the variance application, but also for the fast track affordable housing.
And I do think it's important to really cherish our sister agency in HPD by sending us that soft commitment letter on Friday, and having it sent, Angela having it sent to all of us on Monday.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Okay.
New cases on the zoning calendar, 2025-31BZ, 2025-32A, and 2025-33A. This is 99 Sutton Street, Brooklyn.
All right, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community board has voted to approve this with conditions. Conditions being that EPA testing for the Meeker Avenue plume has been done or not, or has been scheduled. So I guess it's asking, has this been done? Or I'm just kind of quoting what's written in the condition, and what the applicant has done to prevent the flood risk. And we also received one letter of support. This is a variance application citing good faith reliance, as well as 2 appeals pursuant to New York, appealing New York City Housing Maintenance Code Section 27-2082 and New York State Multiple Dwelling Law 34.6 to legalize 10 dwelling units located in the cellar of an existing building, which was a former manufacturing building, and that was converted to permit 31 dwelling units. Everything okay, Ms. Matthias?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, as you may recall, in 2024, board granted a DOB revocation application, BSA number 2023-40-A, to modify the certificate of occupancy to remove 10 dwelling units located in the lower level of the building, the subject building. On the one of the point of deliberation that at that time was around defining the lower level as cellar versus basement per loft code requirements to permit dwelling units in lower level. Based on evidence provided, board in its determination then had concluded that the lower level is a cellar, since more than half of a story was below the base plane. Applicant submission for this application refers to the lower portion now as a cellar. Now, basement dwelling units at the subject site was not authorized by basement or cellar. We keep going back and forth between those terms. However, were not authorized by the loft board and was not permitted as part of the 2008 certificate of occupancy. 2008 certificate of occupancy stated the basement, and state called it a basement and said it is to be used for storage and accessory and recreation room. And DOB had stated that multiple dwelling 281.5 section 5 subsection 5 does not allow residents in the basement. And also, we at that time when we were reviewing it, we were also looking at loft board rules subdividing the IMD units into existing in an existing IMD building to create additional units, and that it did not comply with loft board rules either, which also refer to MDL section 281. All in all, to say this, I just want to set the history of this site for the record, those who are listening in. I know the board is fully familiar with it. So with that, I want to move to the findings, and that is finding 7221 and also good faith reliance. As you know, board, New York State courts have recognized that property owners may invoke the good faith reliance principle when they have made expenditures towards construction that was performed pursuant to a building permit, which is later revoked due to non-compliance that existed at the time of the permit issuance. The principle is raised within the variance context when applicants assert that the reliance creates a unique hardship and seek to substitute it for a customary uniqueness finding under ZR 7221. In its submission, applicant referred to several precedent cases, including Pantelides, and there is one could say that there are a lot of similarities between the way the Pantelides process application proceeded and with the subject case. And similar to the subject case, Pantelides also had a situation where the board revoked DOB permit post-construction. Court upheld BSA's determination, following which Pantelides proceeded with a 7221 area variance relying on a good faith reliance, and board denied it as it failed to meet the unique physical condition, financial hardship, and practical difficulties, and unnecessary hardship was not self-created. And subsequently, an Article 78 was filed where the court denied BASIS division. So the only difference is we are at the 7221 good faith reliance part of it, and that's what we have to review. So with regards to the good faith, applicant states that the court notes that Pantelides and his architect properly understood from various DOB documents and meetings with DOB that DOB had approved the extension. In the case of the subject project, it was DOB that filed the appeals application to modify the 2012 certificate of occupancy to remove the 10 dwelling units located in the lower level. Now, according to the chronology outlined in the BSA resolution 2023-48, as I was looking at it, unlike Pantelides, the 10 dwelling units in the lower level, then basement, now cellar, was already converted to 10 separate dwelling units, contrary to the 2008 approved DOB documents. And the 2011 no work plan application that was filed, at that time, DOB inspection, during DOB inspection, it was questioned as to how individual units were being shown in the plan, which was not approved in 2008. So as I was looking at what the board had reviewed as part of its appeals and the documents that's been provided now, what I would say that it is true that it took DOB over 10 years to become aware of its mistake, and it sought to correct it by seeking a modification of the 2012 certificate of occupancy to remove the 10 dwelling units in the lower level. And the property owner reaped the financial benefit of the illegal conversion prior to 2012 and continues still to this day. Applicant's statement throughout the statement of findings is misleading, as at no point did DOB certificate of occupancy from 2008 or 2012 define the space as a cellar. It was only during the 2024 appeals, based on evidence provided, it was determined to be a cellar space. Applicant statement on page 9, second para, is also misleading. Loft board had questioned the bedrooms in the Department of Buildings approved plan, as it was contrary to the loft law. And I'm confused by the applicant's statement, which says DOB's approval to change such a condition to a standalone cellar apartment seem logical and correct. Also, relying on Comico versus Amalkine in this case is premature. The factory building has been successfully converted to 31 dwelling residential units. Located on, in this case, this subject case, the factory building has been converted, and it contains 31 dwelling units located on the upper floors. And furthermore, per 2008 certificate of occupancy, duplex units located on the first floor and the lower level were created, whereby these units on the ground floor had the habitable living quarters, and the lower floors, which is now being called cellar, had recreation rooms and storage spaces connected to these to the units above, to the first floor. So this to me does not indicate hardship associated with obsolescence of the structure. The use that would be suitable to the lower level was permitted as an accessory to the residential use. So I do not fail to see the hardship obsolescence argument in this, as it was listed in the Comico and the Amalkine case. With regards to the financial, the as of right plan for cellar, I believe it is based on the 2008 approved plan. However, the narrative in the statement of fact is it's very weak, and it's not very it's not easy to understand where how the as of right use was derived at. As stated earlier, applicant gambled and illegally proceeded to carve out separate dwelling units in the lower level, which was contrary to 2008 certificate of occupancy. Though a subsequent certificate of occupancy of 2012 legalized these dwelling units, it was issued in error, and DOB has the authority to correct its error and act on it retroactively, especially when in this regard, records as evidence were based on incorrect information that was provided by then architect of record. Here, the expenditure that was made towards the construction was performed without a valid building permit, and New York State Code has recognized this as and has recognized this as in determining reliance, and therefore the subject case fails in this test. With regards to, I want to jump to self-created. Since it's an existing building and in use, I want to focus more on the self-created part of it. That also is part of the good faith reliance. The findings, the statement that is, the findings with regards to this particular part of 7221, it's weak, and more importantly, I think it is irrelevant to the subject matter at hand. It was an illegal conversion of spaces which was designated for accessory use, and it was converted to individual dwelling units. It is a self-created hardship. It was done prior to seeking any approvals of any sort. So I definitely do not find the similarities in this case with Pantelides. With regards to the minimal, based on my statements, it fails to meet finding A, finding B, finding D, and which I believe is a threshold that the court had established in Pantelides with regards to when it was appealed after 7221. So moving on to the appeals part of it, the application, as I stated earlier, is also seeking an appeal for the board to waive Housing Maintenance Code and the MDL. Now, board does have the power to waive MDL and a Housing Maintenance Code pursuant to New York City Charter. However, upon reading it, I'm not convinced it would be met, because similar to the good faith reliance, applicant fails to meet the practical difficulty or the unnecessary hardship and the substantial justice in this manner. Vice Chair Shibata.
Chair, I'm not going to be repetitive. I agree with everything you're saying. I just want to focus in a little bit more on how much I am not convinced with the good faith reliance. I really feel, and as you stated in your testimony, that the facts simply do not support this good faith reliance calling. And it's not because of any self-certification, but it's mostly because of the nature of the defect is so major. This is not a few feet of intrusion or something ambiguous. And they need to do a much better job of showing us that they actually relied in good faith on DOB and not what seems like trying to get away with something.
Okay.
I have nothing further to add on that.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I agree with the two of you, Chair, that this is not a case of good faith reliance on a validly issued DOB permit. And I don't feel that this applicant has shown clean hands as regards this project. I think it's very questionable how they got from 2008 to 2011, how the units in the basement/cellar, in fact, just cellar, how they became independent habitable units. And because it was never shown to be that way in the 2008 plans. And so therefore, they kind of can't even make the argument that our 2012 no work application was to correct an error on DOB's part concerning the cellar units, because the cellar units on the plans that were associated with the 2008 C of O application were not independent units. They were attached recreation rooms to the apartments that were on the first floor. And not only that, but I also feel that the applicant was under constructive notice on this, because when they did put in their 2012 no work application, the examiner raised this very issue. Where did all of these units come from? And that's key. Now, I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly how the applicant convinced the examiner to remove that objection. However, that objection remained, and that objection was a warning basically to the applicant that there was something that didn't make sense about the application. The fact that it took DOB a decade later to come back to that point, to me, is not an issue that I'm going to be worried about, because the applicant was under constructive notice that this was a potential issue affecting the validity of the project. So I really don't have any other comments, because we didn't get past A in my book. So I can't see this application proceeding on a good faith reliance uniqueness finding. They would have to find something else. But however, if the chair would like them to proceed along those lines, and that would include an examination of the financials really have to be redone, because the financials because it's a legalization, they have to go back to their legal condition as their as of right and show why that's not feasible. And the legal condition is not a 4-story and cellar building with 48 apartments, of which several of those apartments are in the basement, but not counting towards floor area. They have to go back to their legal C of O 2008, 31 apartments. Only thing in the cellar is the lower level of the duplexes. Work from there and then go forward.
Commissioner Otley Brown, if you would allow, I want to piggyback on something that you stated. You stated a very legal term, and that is unclean hands. Now, good faith reliance and unclean hands are two different things. Good faith reliance means that you've done everything you've done appropriately, and the agency has not supported you. With unclean hands, which we have, I think we both agree, we have unclean hands here. Good faith reliance is not an option.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and I just
I was
wanted
saying
to make
that they cannot proceed on a good faith reliance uniqueness finding. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback the difference of unclean hands, which they have. And that's something that really excludes them from a good faith reliance, where even in a good faith reliance, we have to measure out the equities. In this type of case, where we have unclean hands, those equities no longer are measurable.
Thank you.
So I just,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I had not finished my comments, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
I apologize for interrupting.
That's it. I just want to also say that their premise of the as of right, and that they want to consider the costs of demolition and reconstruction of that basement/cellar level should never even be considered anyway, because technically, according to the 2008 plans, they shouldn't have had any habitable rooms down there. And so they shouldn't have to get credited to reconstruct them.
Okay.
And then a minor question for the proposed, why are there soft costs that are existing if there are no hard costs and there's no construction period?
Okay.
There's no construction.
Right.
So that's the other thing.
Thank you. But as you said, I think in your case, A is not there, and so why are we getting into the 2? But in case we do, yeah, okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The first question I have for them is the case that they cited Pantelides. I want to know whether the plans were Directive 14, in other words, self-certified or not. I believe they were not, but that wasn't clear in the statement that they submitted. I believe in their case, the plans were Directive 14, the 2008 plans. I don't see a case for a good faith reliance here. I don't see a documentation that a document that was issued from DOB that they can good faith rely on it, especially if you look at the 2008 certificate of occupancy. It doesn't indicate any residential in the basement. Again, if you look at even the 2012, same thing here. The only thing is that instead of calling the space, the below grade space, a cellar, it calls it basement. If there is a good faith reliance here, if I'm the applicant and I got a certificate like that, and I have residential in the basement, I would have gone back to the DOB and saying, hey, this is incorrect. Can you please correct that? But however, they haven't done that. So I can see, I'm going to use the term that the Vice Chair used, and Commissioner Brown, I can see the clean hands here. And this is very, very vital for the first finding in the variance, the finding A. So since it doesn't pass A for me, I don't believe that there is no need to look at the other findings. That's all what I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with what's been stated. I want to also just reiterate the statement of facts, page 7, the applicant describes what constitutes good faith, that the applicant before the municipality performed the subject work pursuant to an understanding that the work was approved and that such approval remained in full force. The applicant filed what I think was a self-certified no work application in 2011, when there was clearly work that had been done. So to me, there is no understanding that the work was approved because the applicant provided a no work application. There was no permit ever issued for this work. And so you can't rely on unpermitted work. There's no document, as Commissioner Sheta said, there's no document to rely on here. I also wanted to state that I thought the project manager provided a very thorough list of comments to the applicant, some of which were responded to. The initial application was quite flimsy, but there are still some comments that were not answered, and some of those will be repetitive of what the other commissioners have stated. Clarify whether the submissions were self-certified or not, explain any relocation obligations and or expenses the applicants might have, as that has been referred to in narrative. Describe how the units went from 31 to 48 and then to 63. So there were a number of questions that were brought up and that were not responded to in the latest submission. That being said, we don't have the A. A couple of small things I wanted to mention that I noticed. In the rent comparables, you have a 1-bedroom apartment listed on Street Easy last month for $4,000. So you're telling us that the average rent for a 1-bedroom is $3,089. That doesn't seem to be the case. For the appeals cases, those both rely on good faith reliance, but also in the applicant statement, you know, the housing maintenance code variance findings, one of the findings is spirit of the law shall be observed. There is no sight line to daylight from these units. You are looking at a concrete areaway. The spirit of the law is that habitable spaces have light and air. So looking at a concrete areaway is not at all, in my mind, consistent with the spirit of the housing maintenance code. And then for multiple dwelling law, the variance findings, I think, are not in any way met. But there is a reference to a generally compliant, compliant with the MDL standards of light and air. Again, I don't see how the applicant can state that, because I don't think there's any form of compliance whatsoever, because the spirit of the law is to have 30 feet by 30 feet of adjacent space from your windows. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your thorough review on these. Next
Mhm.
case, please.
Item number 20, 2025-49BZ, 637 West 50th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Committee board voted to disapprove this application. We also received an objection letter from 12th Avenue, New York LLC and CMSG Restaurant Groups LLC. They are tenants and property owners. This is an application for a use location variance, I would call it, pursuant to zoning resolution section 7221 to permit an adult establishment within an existing eating and drinking establishment located at the subject site. So applicant is seeking waiver of zoning resolution section 42-01C, which is a use location which states that no adult establishment shall be established less than 500 feet from another adult establishment. There is an existing adult establishment located at 641 West 51st Street, which is located within 500 feet of the subject site. It is located 1 block to the north of the subject site. So before I get into the findings, I just want to have a couple of questions and clarification. Now, according to the information provided, the total floor area of the building is 20,020 square feet and is used by the existing eating and drinking establishment with entertainment and dancing. So when I was looking at Zola, I always look at Zola just to see the context of the site. The gross floor area for this building is listed as 20,000 square feet, which includes the existing space, the subject space, and also the spaces that are used by the tenants located on the north and the south side. So the as of right floor area is not being calculated properly. So based on at least way I'm looking at it. With regards to moving on to the proposed, as we stated, the applicant is proposing to add an adult entertainment to an existing eating and drinking establishment. And this AE space would be located on a portion of the second floor and the second floor mezzanine. And that would require reconfiguring the interior spaces, raising the roof line, upgrading the mechanical system, and reworking the access and egresses to the building. So the total proposed floor area would increase to 24,280 square foot, which comes to 2.42 FAR. And the applicant states that AE, I'm going to keep calling it AE instead of adult establishment, will occupy 9,862 square foot of floor area on a portion of the second floor and the second floor mezzanine. Because again, as part of this of section 4201, one of the requirement is that this such space, adult establishment cannot exceed more than 10,000 square feet of floor area, and including storage and other things. So I just want to point out the applicant is only seeking waiver of the use to be permitted to be located within 500 feet of an existing AE use. Applicant is not seeking of FAR waiver, since the maximum permitted FAR on this site is a 5 FAR, and nor is it seeking any bulk waiver. So moving on to the findings. Applicant states functional obsolescence, the existing configuration and the physical limitations of the existing building as an argument, makes it challenging to produce an optimal nightclub environment. And due to the lack of cellar, building systems are on the ground floor, limiting the use of the ground floor space. And the zoning lot consists of 2 buildings, which were merged in 1956, and both were built in both of these buildings were built in 1920s for an auto-related use, and were combined in 1956. And after 2014, the auto-related use ceased and it was converted to an eating and drinking establishment with entertainment and dancing was introduced. Now, the applicant states that though improvements were made for the eating and drinking establishment with entertainment and dancing, the structure of two masonry buildings combined presents a challenge to produce an optimal nightclub environment with awkward spaces. So based on the information provided, especially in the uniqueness study, the issues listed as I read through it fails, as none of them are an impediment when it comes to laying out the proposed plan. I don't see the functional obsolescence and the structural hardship born out of the two separate structures. In the proposed, the demising wall is proposed to be removed to make the space more open on the second floor, and also the mezzanine floor is being enlarged. In addition, in the proposed second floor, roof is being removed to provide a double height dance floor. Also in the proposed, the existing storage space and separate tenant spaces will be used, which will increase the operational footprint and can also be done for an as-of-right use. And what is interesting is this garage structure, both of these garage structures are free and clear of column spaces, which allows for a much more open floor space apart from the demising wall of these two buildings. In the financial report, page 10, under the nightclub operation, it lists features that are, according to the industry sources, that are needed for a well-designed nightclub floor plan, including where, quote, nightclub attendees are directed immediately through the entry lobby from West 50th Street to experience the main stage. The layout change as proposed would cure the issue outlined in the financial report for an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment and dancing. Also, currently, there is a direct entrance. For all the entrances to this building currently is occurring from the 58th Street to the ground floor club and to the second floor. So I do not see the structural obsolescence impact. The argument seems to be a business decision. I fail to see the uniqueness of the site and the functional obsolescence. Applicant has failed to show why an as-of-right use cannot use this site and within this existing structure. While I really do not see the need to discuss beyond this, just for the record, I need to set some of the following information correctly. So the floor area that is proposed for the AE will be 9,862 square feet of floor area on a portion of the second and the second floor mezzanine. The proposed floor area is undercounting the AE floor area, which would be more than 10,000 square feet of floor area than permitted. Due to the clear lack of separation of an as-of-right use and an AE, though an as-of-right use is proposed to be on the ground floor and AE on the upper floors, the layout would encourage misuse of spaces where certain seemingly common areas, though primarily for AE, is being counted as non-AE uses. Now, the applicant cited several cases with the catchphrase obsolescence of a building, including 80-07BZ, which is a Clover Housing, a non-profit development for a community facility with SRO. Here, the board granted a bulk waiver for an as-of-right use, and in the case of the subject site, the existing building is it's not non-complying. There is opportunity to do a viable as-of-right use, including an as-of-right hotel with a waterfront view, and there is available floor area of 5 FAR, up to 5 FAR is permitted. With regards to case 22-111BZ, which is to convert a vacant warehouse located in an R6B district to a PCE, while the board found that converting a warehouse to a complying residential use is onerous, unlike AE, PCE is a use that is compatible with the residential use and surrounding commercial uses. So applicant in its statement of fact highlighted Comaco Inc. and Amelkin as a close comparison to the subject case. The merit of that case lands on the question. Merit of that case is that the land in question can't yield a reasonable return if used only for allowable use. Plight of the owner is due to unique circumstances and not to the general condition in the neighborhood, and use authorized by variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. Code relied on more than the neighborhood character in this case. Should one go past the A finding, the dollar to cent proof is one-sided, incomplete regarding the subject case, and there is no plight of the owner as the site continues condition is not unique. So moving on to the financial. First of all, there are 2 existing signboards on the roof of the second floor, which will be retained, and it was not at all accounted in the financial analysis. The financial analysis undervalues the as of right existing use. In the as of right, only value attributed is $95 per square foot for nightclub on the first floor and none of the uses on the second floor. Whereas for the proposed, a lot more detailed analysis has been proposed with $115 per square foot for AE on the second and the mezzanine on the nightclub, when we know the use of these spaces are very amorphous. So I don't even know how this analysis was done. The analysis fails to consider other viable as of right use at the subject lot where up to 5 FAR is permitted. I did find it quite, as Commissioner Otley Brown calls it, the giggle test. I found it quite interesting when I saw the cap rate for the nightclub to be 9%, which is considered more risky than an adult establishment cap rate of 7%. So I just want to know who does this analysis and how this information is arrived at. I don't want to go beyond that because I just think it fails the A completely. And I really think the B is extremely weak and incomplete and poorly done, where I don't even know how I can go to the minimal, if anything, and not to mention the neighborhood character. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. And while I agree with many of the things that you're stating, I do, on the other hand, find that this building is obsolete. My statement here is I need a little more examination as to why no other use is feasible and that can maybe necessary to this location. And I am not stuck by a 1988 zoning resolution made at a very different time in our society. And I think that this is not dead in the water for me. I think that they could come and prepare a much more detailed and responsive resubmission to address our comments. And I have nothing further to say on that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I'm not convinced of the functional obsolescence, and I am not convinced that the functional obsolescence is unique. I looked at the uniqueness study, and it's really interesting because they're taking an abstract uniqueness finding, which is functional obsolescence, and what they're doing is they're comparing it to every other site in that area and judging those sites by a physical appraisal and casting them aside based on physical attributes like vacancy, year built, number of stories, and they're taking it at face value that the other properties don't suffer from the abstract issue of functional obsolescence. So the uniqueness study is not even addressing the issue here and identifying and isolating it particularly to this property. So I don't find this convincing at all. And also, if you look at their analysis, let's say you buy their analysis, the fact that this property is only 2 stories and has an FAR of 2.19 when 5 is permitted, this is actually a development site. It's actually ripe for demolition and redevelopment, and they're not even addressing that. They're talking about other properties that are 3 stories or more, or 2 stories or less. Well, this is that very site. It's a site that shouldn't even be considered because you can very easily demolish what's there and rebuild it to a higher FAR and to a more profitable use. Also, when they further talk about the issue of functional obsolescence, and they do this in the financials as it applies to an adult nightclub, or versus, well, as it applies to eating and drinking establishment with entertainment, they talk about the lack of a first floor dance floor, that it's functionally obsolete because there is no dance floor on the first floor. Well, that's a business decision by the property owner. They decided to have the eating and drinking functions on that first floor. And proof of that is the proposed doesn't even cure that obsolescence. The proposed keeps that eating and drinking establishment on the first floor and keeps the dance hall on the second floor. So they're not even trying to cure that, which proves to me it isn't functional obsolescence. It's just a business decision. And we are not supposed to be considering business decisions when we're thinking about whether or not a property deserves to vary the zoning resolution. As for the financials, I just want to be very general about that and basically say that from my estimation, the development costs are too high and the income attributed to this has not even been properly validated through comparables. So here we are once again, high development costs, depressed income. Those are my issues.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I want to catch from where Commissioner Brown actually started. I believe this site, this building, deserves like more like attention to its status. It's the building is just 2 floors. The permitted FAR is 5, so it means that you could add on top of what is existing, possibly, I'm not sure, but maybe another 2-3 floors. So more than what's existing, actually. So I believe it is a development site. The argument that this building is obsolete is not flying, because if you look at the building, I believe this is a garage building, and usually buildings like what is existing are designed to much more load carrying capacity than others. So if you want to alter that building, put some columns inside, some footings, and like add 2 or 3 floors to that building, it could be tons of as of right uses that make this development feasible, and probably it's more beneficial to what's the community need. That's what I have for now. So on the uniqueness, I don't think this site / this building is unique, and I believe since A is not there, there is no need to look at the other findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Okay, thank you. I agree with you, Chair, and with some of the commissioners that the site is not obsolete, functionally obsolete, and that it is not unique. I thought the uniqueness study was interesting in the factors that it used to eliminate sites and create this sort of uniqueness narrative. I found a lot of the factors to be arbitrary, like why does being constructed after World War II become a factor here? It feels entirely arbitrary and just for the benefit of distilling down the number of sites. And then echoing Commissioner Otley Brown, then to go to the 15 remaining sites and make a sort of guesstimate about whether something could be functionally obsolete or not is also beside the point. I don't know how that impacts your own site's functional obsolescence, just because there might be other buildings in the neighborhood that might appear to be functionally obsolete to your eye from the street. So I thought the uniqueness study was unusable. And I think the vice chair was saying this, I think the applicant would have to prove that every other as of right use would not work here. Developable or with the existing building, you know, demolition, ground up construction, I think you'd have to go through that, because the applicant's basically claiming that not being able to have an AE, an adult establishment as of right, is in and of itself a hardship. And I don't believe that to be true when there are so many as of right uses here. And so you'd have to prove that all of those as of right uses could not work here. So I am not convinced by the A finding, and I will reserve the rest of my comments.
Thank you. Yes, I did find the uniqueness study very creative. And I would strongly recommend applicants not to do this kind of cherry picking uniqueness study. In this case, I think as Commissioner Yoon stated very well, there are lots of as of right uses that are permitted, and this building, this is like one of those quintessential site with a lot of available floor area, and this would be considered a soft site for some analysis purposes also, to develop it to maximize this full as of right potential. And should one consider going any further, you have to exhaust all the as of right possibilities to justify why any of the as of right, whether it's a ground up construction or whether it's an add-on or whether it's even reconfiguring the existing, all combinations of all of those, and there are many, if you do the permutation combination of it, one would have to go through that before even we can consider AE. Okay, thank you.
Last item, item number 21, 2025-51BZ, 2086 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, so there is proof of initial filing and hearing notices. However, we have not received a community vote on this. This is an application pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-311 to permit an accessory drive-through to a future as of right eating and drinking establishment for a future unknown operator to be located at the subject site. Just going through a couple of housekeeping. According to the statement of fact, zoning lot includes lot 110, 110, 106, and the subject lot 102, equaling 36,249 square foot. And all of these sites are commonly held. However, the zoning analysis chart only includes the lot area of tax lot 102. So, and when I was looking at the ZOLA, which relies on ACRES, the lot area for the tax lot 102 is more than 9,000. It's 10,080 square foot. In the statement of fact, on page 1, the applicant says that tax lot 102 is an irregular site. It is absolutely not an irregular site, so please remove that statement. With regards to the proposed, as I mentioned, applicant is proposing an eating and drinking establishment and is proposing an accessory drive-through. This would be part of a larger shopping complex. However, this would be in its own standalone tax lot, and the proposed floor area for this unidentified operator is 1 square foot less than 2,500 square foot, which exempts therefore the site from an full-blown AEAS analysis and therefore makes it qualify for a type 2 environmental review. This 2,499 square foot of floor area will also include customer seating area and will also have an operation to serve its drive-through customers. And applicant states that 8 accessory parking spaces are required for the eating and drinking establishment. And however, the statement of facts states that there are 45 accessory parking spaces that is proposed on the zoning lot, of which 6 will be provided on the subject tax lot. This is very confusing because throughout the document, we are only talking about tax lot 102, and somehow the other entire zoning lot comes into play when convenient. So either go with the entire zoning lot and discuss on a portion of the zoning lot what is being proposed, or make the zoning tax lot to be a standalone tax lot with a zoning lot with its own single independent operation, because this will affect the analysis and all the review process. Before I go through the findings, a general statement about this application: it lacks information for us to do a very thorough review. Application should know better by now that a drive-through special permit application requires analysis of traffic, demand, peak, lumen study, noise, AVC analysis, etc., 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 and which is based on a specific operator. The applicant seems to be looking for a prospective operator should the board approve it. This is a flawed process applicant is considering, and I'm not inclined to support this application as I believe this application is premature, and the site plan, besides, I think the site plan fails. So with that, reluctantly, I have to go through the findings for the record. So finding A, according to statement of facts and plan, 15 reservoir spaces are proposed for an unidentified operator. 5 of the 15 reservoir spaces will be located in a parallel lane, which is also going to serve as a pass-by lane. So, applicant, reservoir lanes can only be used for vehicles awaiting for drive-through services and cannot be used for any other purposes. And therefore, you cannot count the pass-by lane towards the drive-through reservoir spaces. With regards to finding B, applicant's statement regarding this finding is generic. It provides no information for board's review. The subject tax lot, I believe, is too small for such an operation. Drawings lack information. They lack dimension, information determining the proposed width of the lane, maneuverability within the site. I reiterate, and you're going to hear me say this many times, I have concern regarding the site plan. The proposed building is not set back from the front lot line. Queuing of the vehicles would start from the end, and this from the end at the front will start and end from the front lot line. And the line of sight from the drive-through exit is further blocked by the 2 buildings, the subject building and the proposed building B, proposed to be located on tax lot 106. It creates a blind spot and raises safety concern for both vehicular and pedestrian flows. Also, the angle of accessory parking proposed on tax lot, on the subject tax lot, will affect vehicular flow within the site for both drive-through and pass-by lanes. Since Richmond Avenue is a heavily traveled roadway, this layout will affect vehicular flow and has a greater chance of vehicular blocking the sidewalks and backing up on the road. So moving on to C, while Richmond Avenue is a commercial corridor and is a heavily traveled roadway, issue with the site is that it is too small for such an use and it is poorly laid out, which will impact the vehicular traffic that is generated and is attributed to this corridor, the Richmond Avenue corridor. With regards to finding D, applicant's statement is not backed up by analysis or detailed study and lacks basic information, as I stated earlier. The acoustical fence, 3 foot 6 inches high, according to the drawing sheet number 7, on top of a retaining wall of an unknown height at the rear lot line with STC rating of 26 is proposed. AVC section and study is missing, without which it is not possible to know the required height and the level of attenuation. And the other day, I was going by a site which had acoustical panel, which had these acoustical fence, which is basically acoustical sheets that are attached to chain link fence. And because of the wind, over time, these acoustical material, they just got torn. They're just flying in the wind. They're not even in single pieces, multiple pieces. So going forward, I am going to be very skeptical when any applicant is going to propose these acoustical fence to be hung over a chain link fence, because they don't last, unlike a solidly built acoustical wall to the full height. So whatever is being proposed without any analysis is inadequate. And of course, it is not consistent with the neighborhood context, which always the board has asked for. Also, I find the mixing of material, retaining wall with acoustical fence along a residential lot not acceptable. Board has always asked for residential quality treatment along residential lot lines. It is also not clear from the plan if there would be any fencing treatment that will be provided along the north lot line, because there is a residential building along this lot line. Air quality impact from the idling vehicles and illumination study have not been provided. And these are the standard question board asks for and needs to address this finding. With regards to the E finding from the site plan, it is not possible to find out the proposed depth of the planting bed along the residential lot lines. The information is buried in a site profile section in drawing number 7 and not even in the planting drawing. According to the site profile, it would be a 6 foot deep or wide along the rear lot line. And it's not clear from the information provided if the proposed plant type are short shrubs or tall trees. According to the website, these are typically short shrubs. Oh my God, this is a tongue twister. Also, the tree planting detail lacks information regarding soil depth. While all the comments made here should be known to the applicant, my concern is with the overall site plan. As I said earlier, the subject tax lot is not adequately sized for a drive-through with an eating and drinking establishment that is less than 2,500 square feet, even by 1 square foot. Should the applicant consider proceeding with this application, applicant is taking a risk. I want the applicant to look at BSA case number 2019263BZ. It was a proposed drive-through for an abutting zoning lot, and that had significant opposition from the community board, elected officials, and DOT. And should the applicant want to proceed with this application, the application must be reviewed by DOT and needs to be analyzed for the entire zoning lot for traffic flow analysis and site plan. Those are my questions. I'm sorry, commissioners, I had to keep it on the record because I do not want to see such incomplete applications and applications that are fetching for a possible development without having a particular operator. Vice Chair Shiveta.
Thank you, Chair. And I think what you said was very thorough and it captured most of my notes. I do want to focus again on something you said twice, that we don't know the user. We don't know the type of user it is. And we don't really have much information. And I really don't think this is something that they can provide us in a hearing. I think this is a complete resubmission that is much more transparent and much more aligned with meeting the findings. And we don't have that here today.
Yeah.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I thoroughly agree with the chair and the vice chair and have no additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta.
Chair, I'm going to add some housekeeping. First of all, I second your comments. I agree with you that this is a very premature application. The presentation, including the site plan, the drawings in general, are ridiculous. They need to be totally relooked at. There are some housekeeping comments in addition to that. The address in the statement of fact is Brooklyn. This is not Brooklyn. This is Staten Island. There are some typos in the statement, including the figure for the floor area that's used to calculate the required parking. They need to correct that as well. They need to provide lumen study. They need to provide sound study to justify the 26 STC fence, and they need to provide like a more detailed drawing or cross-section showing how they're gonna tie the acoustical
I'm
fence.
not even going to go there. As I said, I'm not going to allow acoustical fence tied to a chain link fence.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, I'm saying how to gonna tie that acoustical fence to the retaining wall. So you cannot tie something to a chain link fence. Actually, is structurally stable because it doesn't have like considerable wind loads. It's all venting. It's opening. It doesn't have like an opposing area to the wind, so it doesn't take significant wind load. If you have something that's solid, then you have, if you put something to block these like vents and to block that space, integrating that wind load to give it to the chain link fence, then you're gonna see what you saw while you were driving by this facility when you saw that fence is torn down because of the wind. That's why. But I'm not saying that. I'm suggesting they tie the acoustical fence to a chain link fence. No, I wouldn't be a structural engineer if I say that. But like I said, this application need like to be totally relooked at. I suggest that they don't have to show the entire site on the site plan. Just you can like in the first page or the first plan, you can show the entire site, and after that, take a snapshot and focus on your lot on the subject lot. That would probably help make the drawings more uh, uh, like reasonable. That's what I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I agree with the comments that are made. The maneuverability does not work. The cross connection between lots, the bypass lane, the reservoir spaces, none of it seems to be working currently. The proposed building needs 8 parking spaces, only 6 are on its lot. There's no clear way to walk over. You can't, as you mentioned, Chair, use the drive-through reservoir space lane as the maneuvering lane for parking. Per 36-57, for 45-degree angle parking, you need a lane of 12'10", dedicated to maneuvering for parking only. So we're missing a lot of space. You can't have a final pickup window location TBD, as this determines the point at which the reservoir cars are counted from. You need to dimension the size of the cars used for the reservoir spaces. You need to dimension the site. You need to dimension, the details of the site. How big is the trash enclosure? Where is it located next relative to the lot line? How far is the resi building from the lot line? And then on the fence, 36-571 has specific requirements for fences adjacent to resi. And the section on BSA 7 doesn't appear to meet any of those. Generally, this whole thing feels like it's a little bit undercooked. So I will end my comments there.
Yeah. And I think I sense everybody's frustration. It's like we are doing the homework. That's not what our job is. And there's a reason why the board very clearly provided a website with guidelines and samples and directions so that the applicant can use those guidelines and samples to put together a comprehensive application, a complete application, which the board can use to review. And we would have used this time better to review a much fully baked, complete application rather than opining a futuristic, undecided, let's test the water kind of application. And I don't like to talk like this, but frustrates me very much when we are being asked to look at such kind of application. And I really don't want to encourage this. So I'm going to recommend that we close this hearing today, because as Vice Chair Shibata pointed out, the information that we are asking for cannot be addressed at the hearing. The applicant needs to submit a full application, and I need to reassess their entire business model and how this entire zoning lot or the tax lot or whatever it is going to be used. So I'm going to recommend we close this application and call a decision date as soon as possible. So
Okay,
I
so
believe we received some submissions for
the Jamaica Avenue one, which
For
was
Jamaica, yes.
13725 Jamaica Avenue, 2025-36, but there was some comments, I believe, Commissioner.
Okay, so hold on.
Ah.
Before, I don't think anybody had a chance to review it, so we need
Right.
some to review it. So we're not going to call it for vote now. Did we get anything from DOT?
No,
Okay, that is unfortunate. So let's do one thing.
want to
We
leave it
will
at the
have
end of the
public-
hearing?
We will have a public hearing, and after the public hearing, we will call these items for vote. Hopefully by that time, we will have all the corrected information for both of these cases.
Okay,
We are at a 12:30 mark, so I'm going to recommend that we take a 30-minute lunch break, and then we will resume our public hearing. This will also give the commissioners the opportunity to review the submission that has been provided. Okay, thank
okay,
you.
so we're resuming at 1 o'clock?
Yes,
Okay. This completes the review session for February 24th, 2026. We'll resume at 1 p.m. for the public hearing.
okay, thank you.
Okay, everyone, it's 1 o'clock.
Hi, sorry. Are we all here?
It looks like everybody.
Okay,
We have a quorum.
okay, Ms. Matias, we are live. We are streaming. You may proceed with today's public hearing.
Happened here. Oh, something happened there. Okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for February 24th, 2026. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 15, 2023, 59BZ, 280 Bradley Avenue, Staten Island. Staten Island, where is? Here we go.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Are you anyone with you?
Just me.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicants. We listened to the review session this morning. We understand the comment regarding the double height of the cellar and mezzanine space, and we will analyze it and reduce that in scale. With regards to the turning analysis, I apologize to the board. We followed the DOT letter, and that's what we submitted in response to their requests. We understand that they'll be issuing a letter, and that in conjunction with the analysis or the screen that Commissioner Yoon shared, we will update the analysis to respond to the comments from DOT and from the board, we hope, and to address them adequately in our next submission. I apologize. It wasn't our intention to not address them. This application's been going on, and we have made significant changes in response to concerns of the board, and we'll continue to work on those changes.
And I really do appreciate that, counsel. I am concerned, and I think the board shares my concern with the air quality of having the buses be underneath a teaching institution, the exhaust that they permit, and even if they were electric, as we know, the weight creates a tire noxin that has been known to be cancerous. So we really need to ensure the safety of these children and of the community at large.
100%. So with regards to that, I can look into what type of buses they have and what the exhaust is, but these buses are not proposed to stay there for extensive period of time. They're just there for arrival and dismissal, and they're also not, they will not idle under the building as they wait for the students to come in and out. So it is a very limited period that they'll be at the site, and we hope that that eliminates or can assuage some of the concerns that are raised by Vice Chair, by you, and by the board with regard to that issue. So as part of our analysis, we can look at that, but we will update the turning analysis to confirm the board's concerns, or to have DOT and the board review the concerns based on the new analysis that Commissioner Yoon's proposing and whatever the DOT letter asks us to do.
Thank you, counsel.
And then with regard, I think the other question that was raised with regard to trash, Commissioner Yoon and Madam Chair, we did update the statement of facts in response to the comments and conversations about 2 pounds per student. It is in our statement of facts at page 7 and 8. We can amplify it in our next submission, but we did take that into account under the new analysis that the board's been requesting in conjunction with school safety.
Okay.
And
So I think
it's
my,
sorry,
sorry.
it's proposed to have enough space to have all of the trash, not separated by perishable and non-perishable, because I think that's just something that within schools may be very hard to monitor. So we analyzed it as 2 pounds and went from there based on the board's direction.
Okay. So 2 pounds includes everything.
Right. That was we asked the board's staff for this we understand has been something that's been progressing and changing as it gets clarity. So we worked off of what the board sent us. If there's additional information that you'd like us to account for, we're happy to account for it.
Okay. And with regards to the cellar space and subcellar, please, the program space as laid out in the programmatic, they need to correspond. And as I called out, I do see excess amount of space for not just the multipurpose space height, but also the spaces that are going to be used for treatments. I'm forgetting the term.
The therapy and resource rooms.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Resource room.
I heard the concerns. We based our analysis off of other schools that we've worked on and justification based on that. I understand the board is reviewing it for other cases now where it's coming up less, and we will take that back to our clients.
Yeah, I'm using the schools that you're working on and that we are reviewing, and and we don't see this many treatment and rooms, especially when it's like 70% coverage every day. I'm looking at a 70% coverage every day for the student body. So it doesn't. It's either there's a different kind of program space that the school is projecting, which is not clearly outlined in the which is definitely contrary to what is outlined in the statement of fact. Yeah, so the resource room and the therapy rooms are definitely a lot more than what we have seen in any cases that at least of a typical school.
Okay, understood.
Okay. All right. And I really don't want to drag this on for too long. Now we're at the 6th hearing, and these questions are not new. They have been asked many times. So
right.
I know you're also trying to work with your client, and you're trying to, but if the client really wants this school, we have a lot of concerns with regards to this site. So, and that is why this has been scaled down, and I appreciate the amount of scaling down. And at no point should your client consider that anything below grade is out of bounds. It's not. It is totally not out of bounds. It's also adding to use, and it is adding to the volume, and it is also disturbing the surrounding base conditions. So, we just don't, and as you know, oftentimes one case is used as a precedence for another case. So there has to be a consistency in what is being asked. And so please do not advise your client to listen to what we are saying. We have a lot of concern on this site, and it is almost at the edge. So, and anyway, okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frankly, this just might not be the site, Jay.
I heard your concerns, Vice Chair, and I will share them with my clients.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Goldstein? If not, let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2023-59BZ 280 Bradley Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-985-1315. and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Okay. Let me see.
I don't see any hands up yet.
So how much time will you need to provide the response? I think DOT is a very critical factor here.
So I think we have to wait for DOT to issue their letter. So I
Okay.
would ask that maybe we'll work with staff to figure out the next hearing based on when they issue their letter.
Okay. All right. So I will, I think, please work with the project manager, Ms. Prenga, and we will try to schedule it accordingly. But I think if DOT believes that the turning radii on this site is not viable, it's not going to work, I honestly do not think this, based on what I heard today, I do not see this board being forthcoming in approving this project. So please keep that in mind.
Understood.
Okay, no one has raised their hands or called in.
Thank
Okay.
you very much, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank
Bye.
you.
Item number 16, 2024-27BZ and 5512BZ, 7062 Wythe Avenue, Brooklyn. Mr. Steinhaus?
Is there anyone else from your team, Mr. Steinhaus?
Hi. Is anyone else joining you, Mr. Steinhaus?
No.
No? Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Kurt Steinhaus from BCLP on behalf of the applicant. Good afternoon, Chair Chanda and commissioners. We heard your comments this morning. The school very much appreciates the positive feedback on all of the progress that has been made in response to comments from the board and other agencies throughout this process. Just to clarify, the containers along Penn Street serve as a physical barrier between rodents and waste, and the superintendent's sidewalk cleaning ensures that no stray food or other waste would be attractive to rodents. These bins were the types of containers that were suggested by the Department of Sanitation and that public schools also use for rodent prevention. As far as trash pickup, I would like to emphasize that the school does not have control over the Department of Sanitation specific pickup schedules, but the containers do act to deter rodents from accessing any waste during the short periods of time where the bins are placed curbside for pickup. And the proposed refrigerated trash storage room will be a further improvement to the school's current operations. And then as a second matter, we also heard the board's comment that the hearing might not be closed today, but we would still respectfully request that the application be closed. Unlike a new special permit, this is an application to amend an existing special permit where the board has already made the applicable findings with respect to school use at this location. I'd also note that the bulk variances requested here are not sought to accommodate an increase in the school population and instead are meant to right-size the building to accommodate the school's return to pre-pandemic enrollment. Based on this, and given the school's significant progress with operational improvements, we do think a close would be consistent with the board's policy against closing where findings are still open with respect to the zoning resolution as opposed to seeker. And we would respectfully request that the hearing be closed with the record left open for further seeker responses.
I'm not sure I can agree with that because yes, it is an existing school. However, the school is enlarging and there is additional space that is going to be used for outdoor open use on the rooftop, and there will be additional noise that will be generated affecting sections of the area that may not have been reviewed by the prior board because That is one thing. And we also don't know if the air quality conditions and others have changed over the time that requires a review. So I'm not sure I agree with you there unless you can convince me otherwise.
Understood. In that case, we would respectfully request that the next hearing be immediately after we've received sign-offs from DOT and DEP.
We can do that. Yes,
Okay.
we can do that. Yes. Thank you. Any questions or comments for Mr. Steinhaus? Okay, let's go to the public then.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2024-27BZ and 5512BZ, 762 Wythe Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-985-1314 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Okay. So I think you have made all the necessary submissions for the agencies to conduct their review, Mr. Steinhaus.
Yes, we have submitted shadows. We submitted air quality and noise, the DOT response to the pedestrian analysis, and the analysis that Ms. Benke requested this morning. We resent that.
Okay.
I didn't receive that air quality. If you could check that again.
Okay, I certainly will.
And
Okay.
there was some formatting comments on that Parks had brought up regarding in the shadows, their first shadows review. It doesn't affect the chapter, but I'll resend those to you so you can take a look.
Okay, thank
And
you.
what about the DAC? Was that analyzed?
Yes,
Yes,
it
that
said
was, yes.
a draft today, so
Okay.
it'll be incorporated.
Okay, good. All right, so I think let's, Ms. Benke, just keep the board appraised, and as when it gets to closure, let's find a date to schedule it. If you want to hold a date, I leave that up to you, Ms. Benke.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, next item, 2025. Oh, sorry, thank you.
Nobody
Thank you,
called
Mr.
in, right?
Steinhaus.
Nobody called
No
in.
one called in, or else I would have said it, sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinhaus. 2025-22BZ, 51 West Little West, 112th Street, Manhattan. Okay.
Okay, who else?
Okay, Richard LaBelle.
Advise, Valerie, then who else?
Yeah, only the team right now. Members of the
Only
public
the
will,
applicant team.
yeah, only the applicant team when the application is open. Barbara Cohen, when the public is asked, we'll open it up, okay? So I know there's a board member from the community board who wants to appear. Kevin Williams.
I don't see him.
He's not in the room anymore, so you must have put him in. There he is. Okay. Is that everyone, Mr. LaBelle? Barbara Cohen, Kevin Williams,
I don't
Jen
see my
Weiss.
architect.
Who you were looking for?
So there would be Walter Marin and Fatih Ergun.
I don't see either in the room list. Huh. Oh,
There's
there's
somebody by the. Oh,
Miss
okay.
Miss De La
Miss De La
Rosa.
Rosa, we are right now just going to let in the applicants team.
Yeah, I know she's been more than patient since this morning, but the community board will have their opportunity to speak after we speak with the applicant?
do not see Walter Marin. I do not see Faith. And do you need Boyce? Boyce Hadas?
Yes. Boris would be great.
Boy. Don't see that also. And what about Novak Noor?
Novak is our applicant, sure.
Don't see any of those. Oh, Novak Nori, yeah. There's someone with the last number 7787. Could that be one of yours?
I'm gonna check and ask Chad Weiss to check as well.
Might be a member of the public, but I
Yeah, I
don't,
think that might be the case.
yeah. I'm just wondering since you're expecting those people.
So we don't see Faith or Walter or.
Oh, it's Fatih Ergun. So
No, we don't see that one.
Yeah, we don't see Fatih Argan or Walter Marin or Boris.
okay. Chad, do you have any updates as far as why Walter or Fatih would not be present?
I just emailed them. I'll call them again.
While we are waiting for them, can we start because I know that.
Please. Of course.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so everyone that's in the room, raise your right hand. Mr. Weiss, too, please. Mr. Nori. Mr. Nori's coming back in. I don't know. Why does that hand keep coming up? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
I do.
State your name, whoever is the lead. State your name for the record and proceed to respond.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for your thoughtful comments at the executive session, which we listened to. We thank the board for recognizing that the applicant has brought the floor area ratio of the proposed building down from over a 7 to under a 5. And we also note that the applicant has made certain changes to the application reflecting a lower building as well as fewer dwelling units. We understand, given the comments of the executive session, that much of the commentary was with regards to Ms. Cohen's financial statements, particularly with regards to the calculation of costs. In order to make it more productive in terms of resubmission, we have Ms. Cohen here, of course, to answer questions as well as to clarify exactly what is required. Particularly, we know that there was a rather extensive conversation about calculation of costs with Marshall and Swift. So if the chair so permits, we would be happy to have Ms. Cohen address those directly.
Sure.
Fatih Ergun is in the room, if anyone wants to add her.
Okay. Good afternoon. What I'd like to do is just start with the clarification of how we approach this and also the recognition, which in my report is on the first few pages, of what is unique hardship and what is shared hardship. No one's saying that water and poor soil, all these things that are shared, no one's saying it's unique. The reason why we separated a foundation cost from, which is below grade cost, from an above grade cost is to use the Marshall and Swift, which is all about above grade, and to recognize the reality of developing the site given all the site conditions. So we did reach out to DeSimone to do the structural plan in order to really be more accurate as to development of the site. So it's not double counting. It's the development construction cost is actually the addition of the two.
May I, please?
I was.
May I?
Yeah.
Yeah, this point was settled on last hearing.
w-
That yes, it is double counting. Marshall and Swift includes foundation cost. For no reason, you need to eliminate the foundation cost from Marshall and Swift at a rate of almost $0.5, $2.5 a square foot of the total area of the building, which totals actually, if the building is 20,000 square feet total times 2.5, this is 50 grand, and replace this with 1.8 million for the proposed and 1.4 million for the as of right. This is tons of added cost that shouldn't be there. Simple. I did discuss with Decimon last hearing, and I did make it clear to them that no dewatering is needed. Foundation elements, whether they are piles or they are something else, are included in Marshall and Swift depending on the number of floors of the building. And in the submission letter, actually, I got a statement from the applicant indicated that all the geotech related costs are taken off the equation. Even though looking at the financials, I saw that there is a premium like cost added to the equation, which significantly exceeds
I
the
just want
actual
to-
foundation cost of the building.
Right. Ms. Cohen, I just want to make it one simple thing. We said no premium cost. Now,
It's
yes,
not-
you are making the separation between a unique hardship and a shared hardship.
Can I,
Point being, a premium cost or a shared hardship, whatever the term that is being used, is
Exactly.
what the board basically said will not be considered.
okay,
Given that there is no hardship that would call for that extent of the cost estimating work that is being called out.
okay, there are hardships related to the size of the site and the configuration. What I would suggest in terms of actually an approach that we've actually used on prior cases is simply this, is to do a scenario in which we use Marshall and Swift. We assume there's absolutely nothing. It's a mat foundation, which is what they assume, and that's one cost number. We have what the realities are and the costs of that. The differential should reflect the hardship that is.
No.
Well, it does, because the size of the site.
Who said Marshall and
But-
Swift? Who said Marshall and Swift just work with a foundation that's a mat foundation?
When I'm,
Let me just finish, because I have more expertise probably when it comes to foundation construction with Marshall and Swift than you. When you put a building, that 6-story building,
I want this conversation to be productive and be conducted with decorum. So please, let's just talk to the facts and let's not editorialize our comments on someone's strengths and weaknesses. Please proceed.
Sure, thank you. That Marshall and Swift, when you put a building that needs isolated footings, it works with isolated footings. When you put a building that its number of floors require mat foundation, it works with mat foundation. If you make the same building, let's say 20-story building, and it's gonna require piles, it's gonna switch to pile foundations. It changes the foundation type automatically, and consequently the foundation cost. It doesn't stick with one type of foundation, period. If you don't believe in that, you can contact them and check.
There are segregated costs. There are costs for piling. It's not that it's not there. What I'm saying simply is, and look, I'm not DeSimone, and Boris can speak to this in terms of what it is about the site itself that is reflective in design and therefore added costs. All I'm saying is that we can identify and isolate what are those hardship items by
I think we're getting
providing the
back.
differential to be the
Ms. Cohen, I think we are
yes.
going back to, in a roundabout way, to the hardship that we do not want, that we do not believe is a hardship. So we
I'm
see
talking-
we
I'm
see
talking-
lot of sites. Go ahead, Miss. Go ahead, Commissioner. Abraham.
I just wanted to say, if the hardship is borne by everybody, then that means everybody has to consider constructing with the same issues. And if
Agreed.
everybody does, then I don't see why you should be able to have a cost estimator inflate those hardship costs, because that in essence is going to put you on a much higher plane than everybody around you. And it's going to make it look like you need more compensation than everybody around you. And so therefore, because it isn't unique, it's borne by everybody in the area, if they were to come for a variance, would be told that they have to be within the parameters of Marshall and Swift. There would be no reason to give you extra consideration because no extra consideration is warranted. Now, as for the size and shape of the lot, that's actually taken care of in your income deductions and your adjustments down for income, because you're saying that the size and the shape of the lot is not making it commercially attractive.
No, I think getting back to the size.
Can I interrupt 1 second?
configuration and-
Just 1 second, Ms. Cohen. Commissioner Otley Brown, you're frozen.
That's what I was just gonna interrupt for.
I hear her though, and I agree.
We hear you, but you're a little frozen there, Commissioner
The
Otley
issue
Brown.
of shared, I get it. I've written 2 pages on it. It's not, that's not what I'm saying. And I think maybe Boris at DeSimone can, and go, actually it's a lot of it's in his letter, but to be able to identify what it means to build on a small, narrow site, and what is not mentioned is the adjacent fragile building, which does come into play because of its condition, and it actually forces that second elevator for the cellar, which you wouldn't have if that condition didn't exist.
So here's something that I'd like just to touch on. You've heard 3 commissioners here who have some dubious claims on the way the way this cost estimation is going. And you just acknowledge that there is a portion of your statement that is not included with regard to the adjacent building. Now, I don't think that it is best for us to litigate this and just create this back and forth between the commissioners and yourself. I think the best way to handle this is a submission that clearly outlines what your argument is, and then we can either accept it or reject it.
But as the engineer of the board, I'm not going to accept any submission.
Hold on. I see Walter Marin and Faith Ergun. Do they need to be included at this point to answer any question?
Please include them.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm not looking to argue back and forth. I'm
Ms.
trying
Cohen,
to find
Ms. Cohen, wait, please wait, please wait.
Ms.
Sure.
Cohen, please wait.
Sure,
We need to swear them in and swear your fellow colleagues in, and maybe they can. I at this point I agree with Vice Chair Shibeta. I think the questions that are being raised are not new. They have been raised at the last hearing, and this we are repeating ourselves. And I think it would be best use of everybody's time if you can document this information in the manner that would convince the board. Right now, the board is not convinced as of the last hearing and as of today. Okay.
I'm sorry, what kind of
let me-
information that we need to document?
Hold on.
Please wait, everybody please wait.
Please.
Okay, so let me swear in Mr. Let me swear in Mr. Marin and Mr. Ergon. Mr. Ergon, could you please unmute and put your picture back on?
Yes.
Thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your statements, nothing but truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yes, I
now,
do.
Commissioner,
Can I
No.
make a request? Can I make a request? Can I ask Commissioner Otley Brown to state her position? Because I think that would be a good place to start for the discussion and for Mr. Marin and Mr. Ergan to respond to. Okay. All right. Commissioner Otley Brown, do you want to state what you want to, what you're trying to state? I know you got cut off a couple of times and I can't see you on the screen.
I
Yeah,
think
don't-
she's dropped
I
off.
believe she's
I think
disconnected.
we've lost her.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
She
But
should be coming back.
Should
I
come back.
know that she made her statements very clearly in her review session. And I think that with the help of the PM, this application would be best served for a resubmission along the parameters of what the board is asking, rather than circling back and forth and litigating where we're always going to come up with more issues. I say this with the greatest deal of respect of your work, Ms. Cohen, and your work, Mr. Lobel. That's all I have to add to this.
And what kind of elements that they need to like readdress?
Oh, just 1 second. Now that we have Commissioner Otley Brown, Commissioner Otley Brown, the chairperson has asked you to clarify what you're looking for in their next submission.
Okay, I'm looking for Marshall and Swift to be used for construction costs with no premium costs added by the
Uh-oh.
I'm looking for a very simple, can you hear me?
No, Commissioner Brown, we're losing you again.
We're losing you.
You may have to close other
Can you
brackets.
hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
You have to
we can.
start all over
Can you hear
again. You have to start all over
So
again.
I'm looking, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm looking for Marshall and Swift to be used for your construction costs, no added costs given by the cost estimator. I'm looking for a simplified analysis to understand what the residential income is, no stacking plan. I want you to use 2-bedroom comps for your 2-bedroom apartments. If you can prove that the comparables are much larger in size, then make the appropriate size adjustments. The comps should have outdoor space. If the comps do not have outdoor space, I want an add-on on top of the average price per square foot that you're getting from your comps to account for the outdoor space. I don't want it incorporated into the average. I want that added on top. I want more clear description of how the blend was arrived at for the retail space in terms of each floor, and a reasoning as to why the floor is priced in a certain way that isn't about a general reason that in the market first floor space is the most valuable, because that's not the case here necessarily, so we need to see it. I need you to seriously think about your construction period and lease up time. And if you really feel that it is equal to that of a 50-story office building, then you need to put that in the paperwork so that we can understand that, and that's a matter of record. But for a 6-story and a 10-story building, this is entirely too long to construct. I think that covers all of my comments.
Ms.
Thank you,
Morris's hand is
Commissioner
up.
Otley Brown. I do believe that we have our PM, Jessica Morris, who is raising her hand. If the chair would like
Yeah,
to.
I unfortunately not able to see all of the screen, so that's why I'm not.
Yeah,
able
it's a
to-
little difficult with this thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ms.
so-
Morris?
Ms. Morris, what did you want to add?
I just wanted to ask a logistical question about resubmission. If possible to underline or highlight changed text.
Yes, I like it.
Would be very helpful in comparing the modifications you're making to the report, Ms. Cohen. Thank you.
Yes, yes, agreed.
Oh, also, even though we didn't discuss this at length, or maybe you did when I was gone, the site value, take out the waterfront adjustment upwards.
Can I respond to that? So the comparables that were available were all interior. The adjustments are always against the subject site. So the subject site is better than those that were in the interior. That's why there's an upward adjustment to those that are interior in order to be comparable to the subject site.
But you describe it in the narrative of the adjustments as accounting for waterfront views.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the interior doesn't have, but we have, so therefore the comps that are interior have to be upward adjusted.
And I'm saying you are 4 sites in from the river. You have no guaranteed waterfront views. You are not waterfront. And you cannot tell us
but we're
the
not
argument that
waterfront
this
at
is
the-
waterfront.
I think
Well,
what
no,
Ms. Cohen was trying to add is that she upwarded, moved the interior sites to account for waterfront sites as against her own values.
I
Ms.
don't
Cohen,
know
I
what
think
you
what
just
I'm
said, Vice Chair, but between what I'm saying and what Ms. Cohen is saying is we actually have a disagreement as to whether this site can be said to have the advantage of a waterfront view. I believe that's what the conversation is, Vice Chair. And I'm
So,
saying
that's correct.
that when you are 4 sites in from the water, you cannot claim to have a waterfront view because anybody can construct and block your view. The only way you could actually make a claim would be if they could show me that they have written agreements with the other lots between them and the waterfront that is actually limiting their ability to develop above the 3rd floor, because you have property, you have residential apartments 4 through 10.
So wouldn't that,
well,
just for my information,
One at a time, please.
Vice
One at a
Chair.
time, please. I can't, because the transcript will not catch everybody and it's important.
just for my education, Commissioner Ollie Brown, would that not make the inflation that she's creating for these sites that do not have waterfront, when compared to interior sites, she is overinflating these sites as waterfront property?
I want to cut to the chase. I don't
No,
want to
no.
keep going back and forth. I think this is confusing the matter. Let Commissioner Otley Brown make it very clear, and she has made it clear. I don't want to muddle the water with these additional questions from the commissioners. What I do want to say is that they should be consistent in the way if we are calling something waterfront, take credit for waterfront. Do not discredit it and then credit it when suitable. And I'm noticing that in the analysis. That is one concern. Second thing, more than the waterfront, it's the High Line view that is of greatest value that I am constantly insisting needs to be factored in, whether you like it or not. I'm not going to let this process proceed whether you factor it or not. Fact that you have a commercial retail restaurant use which is overlooking the High Line in the rear, it's your bonanza. It is your bonanza revenue making thing, and you're not even including that in your analysis, and you're not even including that for the residential portion of it. So I find the whole analysis very troublesome from that point of view. It's like picking and choosing factors that is going to benefit to underline and overestimate the other things. And
can I just try to bring this to a conclusion? So we appreciate the commissioner's comments and you, Chair. We value the comments of Vice Chair Shabeta, who basically said, like, okay, let's not litigate this and let's just go forward. And we got Commissioner Otley Brown's comments. And the only thing I would add to this is because obviously the board is familiar with my practice as well as Ms. Cohen from her hundreds of appearances before the board. We'll make our submission consistent. We'll also make it consistent with precedent, which, as we are all aware, is an important aspect of administrative agency laws. So we'll make sure, because Ms. Cohen and I have discussed her use of comparables in this, and we've discussed that this is consistent with past practice. So again, to be fair to her, we will make sure that if anything is being used and has been accepted by the board in the past, we will so note that in the upcoming submission. The only comment I would make, having had the commissioners make everything clear, is to make sure that Ms. Cohen is satisfied in terms of what her next submission should show. And if there's a fundamental disagreement, that she is able to address that right now. And other than that, we're happy to resubmit on this. So that's it.
Again, I think what is very clear is no value should be taken for what is it called? What is the term that was used? Shared hardship or premium hardship or any of those.
And if it's demonstrated that shared hardship has been something that's been accepted on the board and in other applications.
It has not been. I think everybody agrees. A shared hardship is not a hardship. If everybody is sharing that same hardship, why is that being called out separately? If everybody has the same, Ms. Cohen, please.
Ms. Cohen, please wait for the chair to finish speaking.
If everybody has the same hardship of underwater condition, if everybody has the same hardship of the soil condition, if everybody has the same hardship of infill construction, and why is this shared hardship being called out separately? It would be factored in Marshall and Swift. As each one of these factors that have been called out, it is my understanding from the experts who have spoken from my commissioner's team who have dealt with Marshall Swift, that there are individual factors and points you can attribute to for these kind of situations. And please factor those in.
And Mr. Lobel, I'd like to add.
Vice Chair Shiveta, please let Ms. Cohen talk.
And I just want to make clear that in no way, and I spend many paragraphs right up front saying it is fully understood that premium cost should reflect only the unique condition. I don't say shared hardship. I've never said shared hardship, and the cost associated should be part of what is considered unique and premium costs. Okay, I've never said that. I will go back. We will work with Marshall and Swift in all its pages, segregated, every section available to us to assign the costs that reflect the structural design, because that's really useful, and come back with a Marshall and Swift number so that the two are all Marshall and Swift as best we can.
Can I ask a question? Okay, so what I understand you to be saying, Ms. Cohen, is that while this is not a shared hardship, there are unique conditions that create have financial impacts to the foundation at this specific site due to its narrowness and its geotechnical factors, etc. Is that true?
Not the poor soil, not the hard water table. What are the factors are the size, the configuration, and the adjacency, which is not new. It's been in the papers from the beginning.
Right.
The adjacency to this very fragile building.
Right. Okay. I think my question is, why is this different than any other site that is narrow and rectangular that we've looked at? Why does this get a separate line item when we've done 25-foot multifamily 6-story buildings in Red Hook or in other locations where this has not been accepted?
So that separate line item is not labeled premium foundation cost or premium hardship cost. It was simply to be able to cost that foundation design and the complexities of it. That was all it was supposed to be, so that would be one number for that below grade and reflected reality of the development of the site. And then above, I use Marshall and Swift as I would normally do. If this was a site without some of these conditions, and it was a simple, no special site conditions, then I would do like I would normally do, is use Marshall and Swift, determine the seller, they add it on, and so and so. This seems a complex.
Commissioner Otley Brown, let Ms. Cohen speak, and then it will be Commissioner Otley Brown. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
No, you go first.
No, I was responding to clarifying with Commissioner Yoon in terms of what are the unique conditions that are this site? And it's not the water, it's not
Okay.
the poor soil. That's what
Okay.
I'm trying to distinguish.
I
those.
understand, but semantics aside, I'm sorry I called it premium and that's not the word that you're using. But what I am understanding is that you're trying to take a cost estimator for what is probably a pretty normal foundation in New York City. That's what I'm saying. So I don't understand the breakout. And I think that's where a lot of the confusion has come up about this specific cost estimation. So as you said, you're going to come back with Marshall and Swift, but
And
I don't think we
again-
should be expecting anything that is, I don't see anything particularly unique that causes a hardship relative to the other sites that we see. That is my point. We all have hardships on New York development sites.
No, of course. And
I
now
agree.
the design, structural design, and Boris can speak to this, is there, he designs in a way in which the site itself, its size and its narrow condition and that adjacency issue, he made design decisions in structural because of those conditions. I mean, we recognize that the unique condition here is the size, is the configuration, and that adjacency. And so when we do the office scenario, those factors play an important part in construction and marketability. That's all. I mean, otherwise, if those weren't factors, we wouldn't have any unique conditions. And if it was a big square site, we wouldn't even be here.
Are you done, Ms. Keown?
Okay, can I just say something? We all know if it was a big site, you would not be here. But there are loads of sites your size. And it is the cost of doing business in Manhattan that you're going to come up with all of these challenges. And because we cannot validate construction estimators, construction cost estimating companies in any way, because each estimation is an individual estimation. And as Commissioner Sheta has noted time and again, as you go from one cost estimation expert to another cost estimation expert, even poured concrete varies in price so wildly that there's no way for us to validate these costs. And so therefore, like everybody else who is doing business in Manhattan, Marshall and Swift applies a location adjustment to take care of all of the intricacies and complications that arise from building and constructing in Manhattan versus in Nevada, versus in the Bronx, versus in New Jersey. And that is enough to account for the issues here. I'm sorry. You
No,
can
no, no.
include what you want, Ms. Cohen, you really can, but we reserve the right to review it and say, we don't find these costs credible. So you're going to have to tread lightly here, because ultimately you were trying to get a project to the board and have the board vote favorably on it. And if you continue to push back over and over again that the board's judgment is not sound in this area, I don't know how we're going to come to an agreement.
I'm
So
not
that's
pushing
your
back.
challenge.
Come on. I'm not pushing back. I'm not making any implied idea that, that's not true. All I'm looking for is an approach that makes sense, and if you're not in line with the idea of the differential, then fine. And I said it already, we will work Marshall and Swift up and down to come back with a Marshall and Swift number that tries to reflect all the factors that go into this development of the site. I mean,
Okay, I just want to say something with respect to the record. I want to clean the record from the word or from the term shared hardship. I would refer everybody to go and read ZR 72/2021. It says like very clear that the hardship should be resulting from the uniqueness of the claimed hardship is not resulting from the unique conditions. It's out of the equation. What we're talking about here, and I'm gonna like give some education on this because it sounds like the last time wasn't enough.
No.
I don't think we should.
Please, that's important. That's
We have a
important.
long day. We have a lot of cases to hear.
Yes,
Please.
I need just 2 minutes, please. This
This
is
will be the
important
last
for
time
this
we hear
application and for similar applications. So the add-ons on Marshall and Swift should be out, period. I don't want to see him again. If I see him, I'm not gonna vote for this application. Number two, the claim that narrowness impose hardship when it comes to construction cost is against engineering common sense, not even principles. That narrower the site, the easier to deal with foundations. That narrowness here shouldn't be counted as imposing any hardship when it comes to construction of foundation, SOE, geotechnical related, whatever. It's in opposite, in contrary to that, it makes construction easier, much easier, I would say. So the claim that a secant pile wall or a tangent pile wall is needed, it's up to the engineer. If he want to build with a secant pile wall, it's his decision. I'm not forcing him to take it off. But do not count it in because it's against common sense, and this board is not going to take something that's against common sense. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Applicants, any response you want to give to this or put it in writing? I would highly recommend that because there's a lot to digest here. Please go through our records and statements and analyze it. As you can see, there's a lot of skepticism with regards to the analysis and how therefore that is affecting the degree of some of the commission are even questioning whether there is a hardship, the A finding, and B, some are questioning whether there is an measure of the degree of the hardship. Okay. One thing I do want to point out, with regards to the as of right, your as of right used for the ground floor, and Commissioner Yoon brought out a very important point with regards to the utility. You need to go back to the drawing board and assess the utility space and count only the portion of the utility space that would be deducted from the floor area count, and the rest of the thing would have to be accounted towards your floor area. Second,
can I just add to that, just
Sure.
just to clarify, because right now there's space in the cellar and on the roof, and for a building of this scale, I don't see that there would be anything beyond the typical 2 or 4% of floor area for mechanical deductions. So I expect that the utility room will return to floor area unless you can go through the exercise of showing me exactly what you need there, because you have a cellar and a roof mechanical space, and this is not a very big building.
And also,
Okay.
we need a response, Chair, to the point that whether it was a settlement and compensation paid. This is the second time we asked.
Yeah,
for it.
we can just answer that on the record now. There was no settlement and no compensation paid.
Thank you.
And finally, on the as of right, what you're proposing for the ground floor, you're proposing a restaurant
The same.
space, not only on the ground floor, but the floor above.
No,
With,
not in the
no,
as
no,
of
you're
right.
not. I know you're not, but in the proposed you are. My question is why replicate the same thing for as of right? There's no reason if that is going to give you more value for the leasable space, why should the third floor in the as of right be considered as an office space? Which is how it has been analyzed and valued. It should be the same as the way you're valuing in the proposed, where the ground floor and the third floor or whatever you do with the utility space becomes all part of the restaurant space.
But they're totally two different designs.
It's not at
proposed
all
and the-
different designs, Ms. Cohen. It's not at all. From the cellar floor to the ground floor to this utility to the third floor is the same layout. It's the same layout.
Walter?
There's no difference. That's why I asked the question. The only difference may be on the third floor of the proposed, your building is set back from the front so that you have a terrace in the front. In the as of right, you don't have a setback from the front, but you still have a terrace in the back, which is overlooking the High Line. That is the only difference.
I'd ask if Walter wants to address that now.
Well, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
she's correct in what she's saying.
State your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Walter Marin, how are you? So the statement is correct, what she's saying.
So in the as of right, you're doing an upper floor
Yeah, the third floor.
restaurant space.
Yeah.
To be the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Great.
It just gains you more restaurant space with a view of the High Line from the rear lot line. You're overlooking the High Line. It's exactly the same configuration as the proposed. In the proposed, you get the view from the front and you view of the front 12th Street, and the rear you have the High Line.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So you have two different types of outdoor space in the proposed. In the as of right, you have one outdoor space which is in the rear overlooking the High Line.
That's fine. I'll analyze whatever I'm given. Yep.
And factor in the High Line in your cost adjustment. I'm not going to see another economic analysis without the High Line cost adjustment and the reduction of the elimination of the waterfront. Those are my comments. And there is a lot of work that needs to be done, because without that analysis, we just cannot even go beyond the A and B.
And we did hear the comments at executive session with regards to, and I think the chair read some descriptions of developments with High Line space or High Line access, and we would just state that we're going to go by comparables and data that the mere inclusion of these discussions in illustrative materials around residential buildings did not necessarily equate into a huge premium, but we think that whatever the facts are in terms of those rental amounts would basically bear that out. So we'll include that to the extent that that bears out.
I made those statements just to illustrate, when it comes to selling a property, you're trying to highlight what is sellable.
Of course.
Right? And High Line is a very sellable property, sellable aspect of this property.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had heard the earlier conversations, and Ms. Wu had mentioned something about the front wall. And I just want to sort of put on the record, so the way the current manufacturing this is, you're allowed to go up to 85 feet. At 85 feet, you have to set the building back. It is the maximum height, not the minimum height. And currently our building is about 31 feet, then it sets it in. So we are in compliance with that envelope.
So 85-foot street wall height, and what's the maximum height?
So the maximum, so the maximum
determined by the sky exposure plane, isn't it?
No, correct. Then the sky exposure kicks in. So at 85 feet is where the maximum wall has to be, and then you're forced to go to the exposure.
Got it.
Our current design is at 31 feet in, sets in, and keeps in within the sky exposure plane.
Okay, so it is compliant. Can you just have the zoning analysis form updated so that it indicates what the maximum street wall height is, and then what your proposed street wall height is?
Correct. No problem. We'll correct that.
And if we can please take the geotech report and the structural report out of the economics. We already have the geotech report submitted as a separate document.
Yeah,
so
I think Commissioner Shepherd, that has been stated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you. I'm talking about the reports, not the numbers.
Yep.
Yeah. Everything.
Yeah, the paper, the pages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll go to the public, because I know a public, we have a lot of speakers. We actually received one additional opposition letter from Greenwich Village Community Task Force this morning.
We also have the chair of the community board in the room.
Okay, so let's go to the public then.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-22BZ 51 Little West 12th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-985-1315 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Okay, I'm going to start with Valerie De La Rosa, who is the chair of Community Board 2. Then we will proceed with Andrew Berman and then Zach Weinstein. Go ahead, Ms. De La Rosa.
Is she in the room?
Sure.
Thank you for waiting patiently. I know you were there since this morning.
That's
Sorry about that.
all right.
Yeah.
Apologize for being out of turn earlier. My bad. Okay, great. So let me just, okay, great. So the name is the same. Wonderful. Honorable Chair Chanda and Commissioners, Community Board 2 reviewed the applicant's revised submission. One, the revisions do not satisfy the five required findings. Uniqueness, District 2 or Manhattan are contemplated in the MEM 15 district. Second, reasonable return. The revised economic analysis still does not evaluate all feasible conforming alternatives, including single-family or other permitted as of right uses. Without that analysis, the applicant has not demonstrated that no reasonable return is possible. I also add that caveat with that I am an economics professor outside of my role in the community board. Third, the neighborhood character residential use remains prohibited as of right in the M15 district, so reliance on potential future development at Gansevoort Plaza is speculative, and the proposed massing, though reduced, remains out of context. 4, self-created hardship. The record continues to indicate that the hardship stems from damage associated with adjacent construction, which does not satisfy the statutory standard. And finally, the minimum variance. With that, I will end with my last sentence. Reductions in bulk do not cure the legal deficiencies under the statute, and for those reasons, CB2 continues to stand behind their denial of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Want to do Andrew Berman?
Yeah, Andrew Berman. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Andrew Berman, speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, a nonprofit founded in 1980 to preserve the special character of Greenwich Village, the East Village, and NoHo. We're glad to see the proposed FAR of the building has been reduced from 7.02 to 4.89, which falls within the current allowable FAR for the site. However, we must point out that we believe that the applicant has still not established a true non-self-created hardship, is still citing inaccurate and misleading figures in his submissions, and has not shown this to be the minimum variance necessary. And the proposed building would still have a significant impact upon the character of the surrounding district via its non-conforming use and non-contextual design. In brief, the applicant continues to deny the uniquely lucrative and beneficial circumstance of the site's location across from the Whitney Museum, next to the High Line, Hudson River Park, Little Island, and nearby to Chelsea Market, high-end shopping and dining, hotels, and other attractions. He's also failed to prove that the site's vacancy is the result of actions by others, while there is much evidence that his own actions led to the conditions requiring the former building's demolition, which he claims as a basis for hardship. The applicant continues to cite residential variances more than a dozen blocks to the north in West Chelsea, where there was already significant residential use nearby, as precedent for this variance, and to falsely claim that there are numerous residential uses nearby this site that simply do not exist. For a variety of reasons already cited by the commissioners, we also believe that the proposed building remains unnecessarily large, with no necessity for the rooftop architectural elements and the amount of residential FAR. A requested allowance for use prohibited by the zoning must go through a ULURP process to analyze impacts and identify necessary mitigations unless it is found to qualify for a variance based on hardship. We don't believe that standard has been met. We urge you to continue to carefully scrutinize this application as you so clearly have, and we believe it continues to be based upon false, incomplete, and misleading data. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zach Weinstein, will be followed by Katie Bordonaro.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, hi. Zach Weinstein, Save Gansevoort. We've submitted extensive written comments. Thank you, commissioners, for your close analysis of the applicant's financials. We continue to believe the applicant has not met the criteria necessary for a zoning variance. First, the site's vacancy is crucial to the applicant's argument that the site presents a unique hardship. The applicant's uniqueness study states there are 23 sites in this district that are as narrow and small as the subject lot, 13 of which are not in joint ownership with an adjacent lot. As the applicant's own uniqueness study concludes in reference to these characteristics, while exceptional though the condition is not unique. What makes the site unique, according to the uniqueness study, is the vacant condition of the narrow lot. The applicant claims his building was demolished because of instability caused by construction of the adjoining Standard Hotel, and therefore the site's vacancy is not self-imposed. However, the applicant has still provided no evidence to support this claim. The applicant has still not explained multiple DOB violations that indicate the building's instability was due to the applicant's unpermitted and incomplete construction of a fourth floor addition and to inadequate maintenance. For more detailed information, please see our written comments. Second, the applicant claims a residential variance would not alter the essential character of the district, in part because 13 buildings in the district already contain residential uses. This is factually wrong. Map Pluto states that at least 7 of these 13 buildings, more than half, in fact contain no residential uses. The two primary BSA Act precedents that the applicant cites at 128 and 132 West 26th Street state that residential use variances were appropriate because that area was already highly residential. This is simply not the case with the subject site. This entire M15 district is almost exclusively non-residential, and this would be the first new residential building in the district. Third, the revised economic analysis contains the same flawed comparables as the initial analysis. The subject site is adjacent to the planned future entrance to the Whitney Museum, the High Line, the Hudson River Park, Little Island, and the Gansevoort Market Historic District. None of the office or restaurant comparables reflect the value of such a location. Finally, if despite the above, the BSA decides to grant a residential variance, it should insist that the visual obtrusiveness of this 153-foot tall tower be reduced. The FAR should be reduced to the minimum necessary for a reasonable return. The ornamental arrowhead that tops the building and adds nearly 20 feet to its height should be removed. The height of the 20-foot tall first floor and the 20-foot tall third floor should be reduced. The large unenclosed space at the base of the tower should be enclosed, which would add to the value of the ground floor restaurant and reduce the amount of bulk available for the upper floors. For more detail, please see our written comments, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Down to the minute. Thank you.
I tried.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Okay, I think the last person is
Sorry.
Katie Bordenaro.
Ms. Bordenaro? She there? I don't see.
I
Yes.
did.
I clicked all the buttons. Good afternoon. My name is Katie Bordenaro, and while I am a member of Community Board 2 Manhattan, I'm testifying today on behalf of the Greenwich Village Community Task Force, a group which has been addressing zoning and landmarking issues in the Far West Village, including meatpacking, since 1998, a lifetime. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And the task force urges you to deny the 51 Little West 12th Street variance. We agree with Village Preservation and Save Gansevoort in their comments today, and we've also submitted detailed comments on the revised variance application. But I want to highlight really one thing this afternoon. We are very grateful and we agree with the questions and critiques raised by board members today, and I look forward to the answers that you're going to receive. You have been focusing on the restaurant aspect of this project, and I did a little bit of research into the 5 addresses that were presented for the financial analysis, and I'm going to put restaurants in quotes because we believe that these are poor examples to be used. One is a now closed restaurant on 7th Avenue. So this does not seem appropriate. Another is a beauty products store on Washington Street that serves wine to its customers, not a restaurant. A third is a hairdresser on West 13th Street, and we can find no evidence of food or drink service there. The fourth is a karaoke bar on West 14th Street, which has a license from Community Board 2. But this is a busy crosstown street, not a quaint little meatpacking street. And the fifth is also on West 14th Street, but it was a bar with a history of a lot of problems from the SLA, but it's now a cannabis dispensary. So all of these restaurant examples in the financial analysis we have a problem with, and we urge the analysis be made based on restaurants that are close, and there are many of them that are close to Little West 12th Street, where we could get a better idea of the rate of return, and we believe it would be higher. We also have questions about the self-created hardship, which the Save Gansevoort has outlined so well. We do not believe the minimal variance has been proven, because we do not think that the financials are correct yet, which is something that the board has said today. We can't decide if it's minimum or not because we don't really understand the rate of return. So in closing, the Greenwich Village Community Task Force believes the applicant has failed to meet the 5 findings, and if you do find for the variance, we think that the building has to be much reduced in height and bulk, and this ornamentation on the roof has to be removed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Chair, may I make 3 statements in response?
Hold on, Mr. Lovell. I just wanted to see if there are anybody else from the public. You will get your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on 2025-22 BZ 51 Little West 12th Street, Manhattan? Anyone else who wishes to comment? Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Lovell.
Thank you. Just 3 discrete points, Chair. The first is that with regards to the allegations regarding self-created hardship, again, the opposition cites calendar 2017-295-BZ, which is substantially similar to this case and involved a residential waiver in an M16. In that case, the prior 5-story building on the site was demolished under a vacate and demolition order issued after excavation work at an adjacent property caused structural damage, establishing that the hardship was not self-created. This is substantially similar to the instant application where we have already on the record made these allegations, including discussion of these of the violations issued to the site, which we addressed at the last time, and discussed the fact that these did not bar our claim of self-created hardship. We got damaged by the adjacent 19-story construction, and that is documented in the record. The second point we would make was with regards to Mr. Berman's discussion of that this would be required to go through ULURP. This is an entirely incorrect statement. As the board is aware from the precedent that's cited, as well as other cases, despite the fact that there may be relief offered at the Department of City Planning and City Planning Commission, that does not bar an applicant who so meets the findings to request the requested relief. The relief that's requested here, again, on small, narrow sites has been granted by the board on numerous occasions, so Mr. Berman is wrong. And then finally, with regards to the discussion of surrounding residential, we rely on not merely the character study, but a commonplace walking around the block, in which case residential is located on the next block from this property. So with those discrete comments, we would rest.
All right, Mr. Lovell, a few things that has been brought up. You did respond to some of them. I think in your analysis for the neighborhood, do provide a more detailed methodology as to how you arrived at the land use and what were the relying factors, and if needed, whatever methodology you used, and you have documents of those, provide that for the record. The second part is, as I had mentioned, and Commissioner Yoon also mentioned, and the community also, I think whatever you're going to proceed with, please do eliminate that ornamentation. from the plans. So revise your plan accordingly. And we think the board is going to consider. And if it is going to add to the value of the cost of construction or anything, it's an absolute no-no. So please do eliminate all of that. And I would say whatever you have heard today from the opposition, please do also put that in a cover letter outlining a response to every one of those so that it's there on the record for everybody to review. And that. Anything else for the team?
Ms. Morris's hand is up, the project manager.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to note that the applicant team has been provided with all testimony submitted thus far.
Okay, great.
And Chair, just to clarify that last statement that you made with regards to methodology regarding the land use, would that be around the C finding?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. We'll do so. Thank you for the clear comments, Chair. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm not going to put a date on it because you have a lot of work to do. So I would say best is you coordinate this with your team and get back to Ms. Morris, and we will then proceed accordingly. And any submission that you make, please do resubmit it with to the community board.
We will do so. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you,
time.
everybody, for your participation. And I do appreciate community and the organizations who are so vested in the well-being of the community, reaching out and expressing their concern. We do consider them important, and it does help us in our decision-making process. Thank you all. Does anybody want to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to continue? Nobody wants to take a 5-minute break. Okay, we shall continue.
Okay, number 18, 2025 30 BZ, 1680 Boone Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay. Please raise your hand from the Ackerman team. Only the applicants.
This is only the applicant team.
Only the applicant team. Please raise your hand. Michael Gabori, Jocelyn Turio. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Mr. Gabori, are you the lead on this? Or is Ms. Florio?
No, I'm sorry. I'm the lead developer, and Nora's our land use attorney. So I'm with Settlement Housing Fund. Thank you, Tony, by the way.
Thank you. I don't see Andorra.
Nora. I do not see Nora.
Oh,
can you?
Jocelyn.
Yeah, I don't see Nora.
She should be on. She was just
Nora
messaging
Ackerman from
Nora Martins, right?
Yep.
Nora.
Yes, Nora Martins.
No,
I don't see Nora.
Let me just see. We were
Eleanor,
just
there
emailing
she
with
is.
her.
There's
Okay,
Eleanor Martins is Nora.
Yes, thank you, Tony.
Okay.
We really
Sorry
are
about
organized, I
that.
promise.
No worries.
Thank you.
There's just like a whole long line of attendees and you gotta scroll. Hi, good to see you. Okay, so this is it, right, for the team?
You know, all this time I thought her name was Nora.
It's Eleanor.
It's funny. Yeah, my legal name.
My apologies.
No, I go by Nora. No one has ever called me Eleanor. Not even.
Okay. Raise right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Nora Martins from Ackerman LLP, representing the applicant. Thank you for your comments at the review session this morning and for your thoughtful consideration of this variance application for an affordable housing development. My understanding is that the only remaining open item here is DEP sign off on the air quality chapter. As the last comments DEP issued were fairly minor, and we did respond to them, I think 10 days ago already, we do hope that sign-off will be forthcoming. So we respectfully request that the board close the hearing and schedule a decision date at the earliest possible date.
I agree with you on that. I think the commissioners were very satisfied with the response. I do have to go to the public first. So let's open this up to public, and then we will.
So the case that we're currently, thank you, Jella. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-30 BZ, 1680 Boone Avenue, also known as 1770 West Farms Road, the Bronx. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Webern ID number 160-985-1315 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate and comment on this application, it's the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Okay, I'm going to recommend that we close it and keep the record open for the outstanding air quality. Ms. Benke, can you give me a rough idea as to if we can receive a response for a March hearing, early March hearing?
Unfortunately, I don't have a rough estimate. Early March might be tough. It is one of the next ones DEP is reviewing, though.
Okay. All right. And what we will do is we will schedule this I would like to schedule it for March, and let's see what DEP has to say. And if not, we will schedule it for the next March hearing.
Okay.
So you want to do March 9th?
Yeah, we'll schedule it for March 9th. And if not, we will then schedule it for March 23rd or whatever the next hearing date is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, March 20th would be.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
No one is called in. No raised their hands.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I really appreciate your team turning this around and making that revision and addressing some of the urban design guidelines.
Okay, so we're going
closing?
Closing, right?
Recommending closing.
Yeah. Motion to close, Chair Shonda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, this is on for decision.
And this will be this will be the second of our fast track affordable housing case.
Yay.
So just wanted to keep the numbers growing.
Yes. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Zoning cases, zoning calendar, new cases. Item number 19, 2025-31 BZ, 2025-32A, and 33A, 99 Sutton Street, Brooklyn. Once again, will be Richard LaBelle, Amber Cartolin.
Jed. Oh, hold on. Okay, everybody's
Jed.
going very fast. Somebody doing it. Okay. Jed Weiss.
And Jed.
No, I thought I let Jed.
Jed was in the room all the time. I don't
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else, Mr. LaBelle?
We've got Jed, Amber, Robert Scarano should be on the call.
He was earlier. I don't see him in here.
I know that he had a 3 o'clock deadline, but that leaves us half an hour.
He was in earlier than in the line, so I don't know what happened.
If you'll give me one moment, I can determine if he's adjoining.
Anyone else besides Mr. Scarano?
Jed?
Jed's in.
Hi, Jed. Is there anyone else we're waiting for?
No, there's not.
Okay.
All right, can we start without Mr. Scarano? You want to wait for Madam Chair? Your call.
Let's start, and if the discussions require his participation and he can join in, we will swear him in then.
Miss Cohen, you're in this team too?
I
am. Okay. Everyone raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, Mr. Weiss? Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond whoever is the lead.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. We attended the executive session. This is a first hearing of this matter, a good faith reliance case, and there are some disagreements we have with the board's depictions of the case, but also of the discussions around the case law that applies here. So as the board is aware, in terms of good faith reliance from past cases and recent ones, to the extent that there are that an applicant relied in good faith on permits later held to be invalid, an applicant may use that good faith reliance in satisfying the waivers required pursuant to a variance under 7221. And I think that what we would do both now and also in the upcoming submissions is highlight that there was indeed good faith reliance here, and that the board's characterization of the applicant here as having unclean hands based really on no evidence is something which is incorrect and also does not find its support in the record. The board and the chair and the commissioners are aware from the last hearing on this matter, when this was an A case, that the Department of Buildings, after 12 years, brought an action to modify the certificate of occupancy of the building to remove units in the lower level, with the understanding of that case that equitable considerations were not discussed, and we're here to discuss those now. And the fact that there was an application in 2008, regardless of the nature of that application, the job application at DOB, in terms of Directive 14, as we can also discuss, the 2008 application, which established units in the lower level, was approved and audited by the Department of Buildings. The 2011-2012 application, which reviewed those 2008 units, was similarly approved and audited by the Department of Buildings, and a certificate of occupancy issued. So the good faith here in terms of reliance of the applicant, and I know that we're joined here by Robert Scarano, who's the project architect, really has not been caused into question by any evidence in the record to the contrary. I would merely just read the definition in terms of what unclean hands are. Unclean hands in terms of the Black's Law Dictionary would be, quote, the principle that a party cannot seek equitable relief or assert an equitable defense if that party has violated an equitable principle, such as good faith. Our paper set forth what constitutes good faith in the context of these zoning actions. We have basically submitted documentation, including an affidavit from our architect, that demonstrates that there was indeed good faith in this matter, that the applicant, as was alleged by the board in the executive session, never, quote, took advantage of the situation or tried to skirt the law, but instead had an application which was thoroughly reviewed and audited. This was not a case of an applicant who submitted a Directive 14 application, received permits built, and then 10 years later was able to come back and assert good faith. To the contrary, this is an application where there were multiple reviews and audits by the Department of Buildings, as well as inspections over the intervening years, and that removing the units right now would indeed cause hardship to the site, as well as to the individual tenants who occupy the lower level of the building. So, I think on resubmission of this matter, we would basically point the board to the record with regards to how our applicant operated in good faith. And I do think that we compare favorably to the determinations that were issued in terms of other good faith reliance cases. It's important to note that in Panelides, which is one of the preeminent cases as far as good faith reliance, that the applicant there relied on good faith and used that good faith reliance to satisfy the findings under 7221. So, the opportunity to attack an applicant and saying, well, merely because you have good faith reliance doesn't mean you would qualify for a variance, or looking at the A finding here and the B finding and saying that those would not lie, ignores
Mr. Lobel.
just to finish my sentence, Chair, ignores the fact that the variance findings must be looked at in under the lens of good faith reliance. In Panelides, there was a glass enclosure at the rear of the building. The mere removal of that glass enclosure constituted sufficient financial hardship for the board eventually although it was turned down, for the court to find in favor of the applicant.
Mr.
Here, there would
Lobel,
be
we are
units which
very
would be
familiar
removed
with
from the building.
Pandalidis. Mr. Lobel, we are very familiar with
Please.
Pandalidis. It's been, like you, many other councils before you have brought this before us, so no need to rehash that. I though have to question what you stated. I mean, we at Good Faith Reliance is being reviewed as well in the manner of the 7221. I mean, that's what you in your statement stated. And I don't think we are deviating, and you have to meet both of them.
We would not say anything to the contrary, merely that the findings need to be viewed under the lens of Good Faith Reliance, and indeed
And
there
it
needs
is
to be
being, and the
some
board
leniency in
very
that regard.
clearly reviewed it under the lens of Good Faith Reliance, relying on the case laws that you cited, including Pandalidis and others. And we did not, we matched every word for word and every document statement that the court guided. Court has guided the board to consider Pandalidis format as a way to test a Good Faith Reliance. That's exactly what we did. And as you heard from the statements at the review session, none of the commissioners seem to be convinced by that.
Yeah, Chair, I think that is really...
And I would say one thing.
Sure.
Is that the decision that was made by the board, which is, I know, is it is being appealed. The revocation application is being appealed, and that we cannot talk to. Our decision, our review process for this project is based on what you have submitted, which is no different from what you had submitted before. However, they're the same information, and there's no difference in our opinion that should happen because of the information that has been provided in a different box, which happens to be a 7221 Good Faith Reliance box.
If
That's
I
the
may.
very problem with regards to this application, which is that the chair and the commissioners are viewing this under the lens of the prior A case. And
we are not.
Chair, please.
The case.
If I may.
Please let wait, Commissioner Sciabetta, please let the chairperson finish before Mr. Lobel, you speak.
We are reviewing the same information, and the same information that has been, there's no difference in the information apart from the word cellar being used instead of lower level or basement. Cellar is what is being used. That is the only difference. Everything else is the same. And we are reviewing this case based on that. And based on the case laws. Case laws clearly says you have to show the legality of the construction. The legality of the construction does not exist because it was not based on a legally approved plan. It was not based on a legally approved CO. It was contradictory to the approved CO. And then legalization was being sought. That's where the difference lies.
Right. So to talk about that.
And I think that has been very clearly outlined in your documents. We don't have to go to the A case. We're looking at the document that you have provided.
To talk about that. So the chair mentions the legality of the construction and whether or not this was based on valid permits. That's actually not the Good Faith Reliance standard. It's on permits later held to be invalid. The permits here were valid when issued, and the applicant proceeded on construction. In the board's statements prior to this hearing in the executive session, there was not one comment with regards to the fact that this construction stood for 12 years. Now, we understand the board made comments with regards to DOB's opportunity to correct an error in their process, which we acknowledge that they are able to correct that error. In fact, there would be no application here were they not correcting that error. Having said that, this must be viewed under the lens of why did it take them 12 years? Is there any actual evidence of bad faith here? There is none. There are allegations that were made again in the executive session about the bad faith of the applicant, but the courts and the cases are clear about what constitutes bad faith. And you can imagine what that is, that you basically did something contrary to law and sought to get around the law in so doing. Is there any evidence on the record that the applicant in a meaningful way attempted to skirt the law here? No. Has the applicant submitted affidavits which demonstrate good faith here? We did.
I really think I have an opportunity to speak.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Shabeta, and then Commissioner Otley Brown.
Vice Chair Shabeta and then Commissioner Otley Brown.
Council, I hear your statements. I do. And whether or not this was a self-addressed plan or not, I do hear that it has been audited multiple times. My question really comes down to whether this type of stretch of the zoning resolution is something that someone should have been on notice of, despite the permits and the reliance on those permits. And what I would like from you is I would like from you to detail how the case law supports what you're asking for here. And right now you have a board who is very, very suspicious. And I ask of you to dissuade us that this was done in earnest and good faith. But this is not like many cases that you've cited. And I don't want to be disrespectful here. There are minor encroachments. There's a minor foot or two over. This is not one of those cases. And I need you to, when we balance out the equities, we use that. Does this change the character? Does this create damage to the neighborhood? Does it create danger for the inhabitants? Along with, you know, what was approved and how much that person who submitted the approval should have known that this was not an appropriate project.
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
May I respond to the Vice Chair's comment?
Okay. After that, Commissioner Otley Brown. Go ahead.
Vice Chair, your comments with regards to whether or not this was a minor or major violation in terms of the spirit of the law and what's allowed in the surrounding area. You're making allegations in terms of the fact that this would be a major transgression or waiver that would otherwise be required. I don't think that that's the case. These are residential building units in an already residential building. While unable to be relied upon, the community board here did vote in favor, seeing that this was appropriate for the area. And more importantly, and because we did not have the benefit of looking at 620 West 153rd Street prior to this case that was a recently decided case. In that case, there's a building similarly relied on good faith reliance that went up to a height of 28 stories when I believe only 14 stories would have been permitted. The idea that this case, allowing for residential units in the cellar of a residential building, when that case involved a building which was literally twice the size as it could be, needs to basically be examined in terms of whether or not what we're really asking for is major or minor. My contention here.
Can I get to speak also? Could I get to speak also?
No, you may not. You have not been sworn in.
I'm still discussing precedent, if I may do so.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair Shabeta, please. We have this is turning out too long of a day. Mr. Lobel, please finish your statement. Yes. And I'm going to strongly suggest whatever you're going to state, you have to put all of this in writing.
It's going to be in writing.
A very detailed brief.
As much of it already is. But I would just say that discussing precedent and looking at Panelides, what did they do in Panelides? They basically built an enclosure in the rear yard that was reviewed by DOB in an audit and was approved. And it wasn't even an audit; it went up to the borough commissioner and it was
the big difference, Mr. Lobel.
Chair, you're not even letting me finish.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lobel, you're repeating something that we have said does not bear resemblance. In the difference between Panelides. Yes, they did follow a DOB approved plan after multiple reviews of DOB, and then it was built. In the case
of the 10 units in the basement did not go through any such rigor of review. It was always
Untrue.
accessory dwelling. Mr. Scarano,
Mr. Scarano, I'm going to mute you and
You're
not
gonna
allow
be
you to
muted.
speak.
Please mute him. Please mute
Please
him.
don't do that.
Because he has not been sworn in.
Okay.
And the documents that you have provided clearly shows that in 2008, the certificate of occupancy included basement to have only accessory storage space and recreation space. There was no mention in the certificate of occupancy of any bedrooms, kitchens, or anything. So the fact that in 2012, when an application is filed, it shows a fully built out kitchen with bathrooms and bedrooms, 3-piece bathrooms and other things did lead to a question at the board, at the DOB.
Which
So
was audited.
when did that happen? How
Which
did
was
that
audited.
happen?
Chair, it was
it was
the
audited. It
2008
was
application.
audited post-construction. It
Chair,
was audited
Chair,
post-construction.
so am I to believe that Department of Buildings, if they audit a job post-construction, is unable to issue violations, stop work orders, and revocations of
All I have to
work
say,
permits?
Mr. Lobel, I'm not going to go through this again. I'm going to stop this discussion right now. You have to put a complete detailed review. I'm not convinced as to how the approval that was submitted back in 2012, it was based on a legitimate, a legal set of documents. Those improvements were done without any approvals from anybody at DOB, period.
I would add one thing, Chair.
It was an accessory use. It's stated in the Department of Buildings certificate of occupancy of
We will
2000.
resubmit. We'll resubmit on this, but I would just ask for two things discreetly. The first would be, of course, to have Mr. Scarano admitted, to have him go into.
First of all, I want Commissioner Otley Brown to make her statement, and then we will swear in Mr. Scarano. Go ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just wanted to address your comments that we should not be talking about anything that is related to the appeal, basically, that you said, because the appeal is still in progress. But to me, I'm sorry. I thought that's what I heard you say. So then I'll take that back. I just wanted to say that what's on the record right now is the last legal C of O from, excuse these horns, I don't know what's going on outside my door, from 2008 that does not authorize any independent units in that lowermost level. And so therefore, I don't know how we get to good faith reliance on a permit authorizing independent living units in that lowest level. So that, to me, is the basic issue that's in my mind. I don't know whether it's intentional or what. I'm not going to sit there and cast aspersions. I'm just going to say that I can't get from there to where you are now.
Commissioner Otley Brown, as with other BSA cases, and we'll provide the precedent, to the extent that this job was audited after the production of the units in the lower level and was audited multiple times and was approved and was given a certificate of occupancy. I'm not saying that DOB can't correct its error, but the very fact of doing that legitimized the prior construction prior to that time. So we can't basically allow these things to exist in a vacuum where, okay, we don't know how they got to the 2012 C of O, so it's by its nature cannot be used for good faith reliance. That is not the case here. Despite the fact that, again, the 2008 application was audited and the 2012 application was audited, the very fact of those audits and the fact that multiple parties at Department of Buildings audited, reviewed, approved, inspected, and issued a certificate of occupancy has to mean something in terms of the opportunity.
Yes, and they were for a basement and not for a cellar. They were for a basement and not a cellar.
Whatever the case, and I will add that the Department of Buildings in the A case, and if we're talking about the A case and the opportunity to, because this is not occurring in a vacuum, and the fact that we have a record in terms of the A case, the Department of Buildings still to this day unable to produce any records surrounding this as to the nature of the
I would say
further prejudicing the applicant.
I would say same goes for your client. You're also not able to provide the document that
my architect is here and can testify.
That is able to make us go from 2008 to 2012.
My architect can testify. My architectural professional can testify.
Yes,
my question,
the documents.
my question, just to, Sorry, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Are you sure?
Sure.
My only other request of you, Counselor, is that you focus a bit on the ambiguity and the non-ambiguity as these cases relate to good faith reliance. And I will be reading these cases very closely. And while I know you just cited a recent case of ours, those factors, and I have to express, those factors are quite different, especially with the ambiguity that has to be in favor of the applicant. Now, I understand what you're saying, and the chairperson has made it very clear that her understanding is that those units that were approved were not for living units. Now, if no one else has anything to say.
I do.
Commissioner Yoon.
Vice Chair, I really need to yield the floor to Commissioner Yoon, and then we need to swear in Mr. Scarano for him to speak. I need to put a closure on it because we are going around.
Okay. It's a simple question, and it is based on the note that I had earlier. But to further your statement, Mr. LaBelle, if good faith reliance is, as you say, a standard based on permits that are later found to be invalid, please show us later found to be invalid.
Correct.
Please show us the approved permit for the for-work application for the construction of these 10 units. Not a no-work application, but one that actually asks for approval to build these 10 units. Where is that permit?
Yeah, I'm relying on the actions of DOB, the records of DOB, and the multiple audits of this application.
Auditing a no-work application is different than auditing a for-work application, Mr. LaBelle. We cannot rely on an audit just in and of itself.
Right.
We need a permit.
We need the work.
I think you're incorrect that we can't rely on
No,
an audit.
Mr. LaBelle, you cannot on one hand say DOB did not provide any info, does not have this information. Well, if you do and you can support that information, provide it. It is not going to be based on I did this, I did that. It has to be based on factual documents that were provided that allowed your client to create 10 separate dwelling units. That's it.
May I have Mr. Scarano testify? May we have Mr. Scarano testify?
Provide those approved plans. Okay, please swear
Mrs. Scarano?
And I'm going to say after Mr. Scarano, I'm going to just stop the hearing and go to public, and that's it. No more questions from the commissioners.
Mr. Scarano, can you attend, please?
Yes, I tapped to speak.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony with this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
You can't put the video back on?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the video, but I'll try
There
to
it
get
is.
it
There
back.
it is. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so I listened to all of this in the executive and now again, and obviously this is like a deja vu, but here we are. First of all, let's just start off with the fact that I was the architect for the initial certificate of occupancy for this building, which, by the way, was done because of the illegal occupancy that was taking place throughout the building that caused the owner and us to go to the loft board and seek their help and jurisdiction to basically legalize illegal construction that was rampantly done throughout the place prior to any of us starting any work at all. And that was the certificate of occupancy for the 31 units that I got, which, by the way, probably should have been a little more explicit about the cellar or basement, as we called it, to specify that not only was it to be used for storage and recreation, but it had 3-piece baths and bedrooms down there, because the department felt, based on their evaluation of the light and air at that level, it was fine to have that. Now, the word bedroom never made it to the C of O, which is unfortunate, but it sure as hell can be visually seen in the approved plan of that C of O. So to say that that space wasn't habitable is nonsense, okay? It doesn't even purport the findings of the Department of Buildings approved drawings, which have been submitted, by the way. Number
Mr.
one.
Scarano, I'm gonna ask you one more time, just for quorum. Do not call our process nonsense. Do not call what we're trying to do in Discovery here as some sort of joke. We're trying.
I never said
we're
the word
professional.
joke. I never said the
Can we
word
get to the
joke.
subject matter?
But I've been
Can
abused.
we get
This
to the
job has been
subject
abused.
matter,
This job has
please?
been abused for 3.5 hours.
Okay.
Okay?
Can
3.5
you-
hours.
Mr. Scarano,
You
Mr.
can use
Scarano,
your time judiciously and
please finish please finish.
I was
Mr.
interrupted.
Scarano,
I was
please use
trying
your
to
time
finish.
judiciously.
I was interrupted. I was trying to finish.
All right,
I'm
but speak to
trying
the
to be
facts.
as brief as
Speak to the
possible.
facts, please.
Okay, so there is an approved plan from 2008 C of O that shows bedrooms and 3-piece bathrooms in the cellar of the duplex apartments on those what first floor to basements. Okay, that led another applicant further down the line to decide that it would be appropriate, since the use and occupancy was already established, to split those units, and a certificate of occupancy application was filed to basically correct what had been done again through tenant improvements and modifications to create additional units. Okay, so that was done, and it was filed as a regular application, not a professionally certified application, not a Directive 14 application, a regular standard reviewed application. And as a matter of fact, after it got regularly reviewed, it got audited as well. And then a certificate of occupancy was issued. And the fact that now it is being contested to say that somehow it wasn't reviewed properly, or it was misfiled, or misclassified, or the word legalization wasn't used, fine. Maybe that was the case. But the fact of the matter is that the work that was being requested spoke for itself. It was requesting not only the addition of those 10 units in the basement, but splits that took place upstairs that tenants did. So it was a lot of people involved in this to get to this point. It wasn't just the owner of the premise. So that being said, the other comment that was made about the light and air for those units looking at an areaway wall, to me, is just about as obnoxious as a unit in a Soho loft building on a 5-foot rear yard on the first floor, looking at the wall of the back building 5 feet away from them. They got about as much light as the person in the basement has in their unit. Matter of fact, I think the basement unit has more light in there than those units that are 5 stories, where on the first floor they have 0 light in there. And those seem to be acceptable under the conditions of the multiple dwelling law as minimum light and air standards. And in fact, the department felt that these units were also fine. And it was reviewed not only by an examiner, but by the chief at that time engineer, the deputy commissioner, and probably even the commissioner, although I can't really attest to that. But I'm sure at that point it was. But in fact, it was not my actual job that I did that. But I did then file another job after that job, which was also approved, with those same units being reviewed a 3rd time. And those units then somehow miraculously were okay to the Department of Buildings.
Okay, thank you very much.
And one last
thing,
and I'm going to close. One last thing. You talk about the safety of the units. This week, the fire department was requested to visit this building and made an exhaustive review of this building from top to bottom with the ownership. I was told, because I wasn't able to be at that meeting because I was having a surgery that day, that the fire department found absolutely nothing wrong with the building, found it to be safe, habitable, including the lower level units and the rest of the building. And unfortunately, somehow their report never made it to this hearing. But hopefully it will
Thank you
make
very
it
much.
to the next
Thank you
one.
very much, Mr. Scarano. For the record, we did get a fire department letter and there was no issue. I have a question, Mr. Lobel. The as of right plan that has been submitted, what is it based on?
The as of right that we submitted as an alternative to the existing proposed?
Yes.
Yeah, Jed, can you talk to that for a minute?
Jed Weiss for the applicant. The as of right plans were based on eliminating the units and returning it to an accessory storage and eliminating the duplex condition.
Yeah, but what is it based on? I'm asking it. Was it the plan that was approved by DOB in 2008?
No, it was not.
Okay, you should go back and check that, and you need to submit the 2008 plan, because as Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, if you're going to do an analysis, it has to be based on what was the legally approved plan, and that was a 2008 plan.
Okay.
Okay, and if I recall, the 2008 plan is what you have as the as of right plan, and the as of right plan in that 2008 had a staircase. Okay, so for the board to be convinced of the discussion that we just heard from your architect, that at that time the DOB was very clear that the cellar rooms were independent rooms. Well, why would you need a stair if they're not going to be duplex? So be very careful of what you're saying. I'm not relying on the past, I'm relying on what I'm seeing now. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to the public and let's see.
Ms. Prenga has a hand up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Prenga.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify about the fire department. I'm sorry, I hope you can hear me. I'm getting a message that the internet is unstable.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, great. They had told me that a field inspection was conducted and determined that the cellar is fully sprinklered, including the residential units in
Yes,
question.
we do have that in our file. We did receive that letter.
Well, this was an email, and there are two means of egress from the cellar. There was another field visit that was conducted, and they are waiting for more feedback. The chief inspector, Daniel Raymond, is in the Zoom room, so he can elaborate further on the inspection. Thank you.
Okay. Chief Inspector Raymond, do you want to add anything to it?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I really quickly just want to clarify that any review that we do, when I conduct field visits, that I'm taking an objective approach and a fair approach. So I just want to be clear about that. But basically focused on stress and fire suppression, specifically as they relate to the cellar units. So the building's not fireproof, but the cellar, along with the rest of the building, is fully sprinklered. So all the cellar rooms and hallways are covered by the sprinkler system. There's three properly maintained means of egress from the cellar, accessible by all of the residential cellar units through the hallway. Our main concern is emergency escape and rescue. All of the cellar level units, with the exception of Unit 10, which faces Sutton Street to the east, they all have windows facing a dead-end path that runs along the south and west sides of the building. They're served by a gate that opens onto Sutton Street. We have requested the Bureau of Operations to assess the cellar from an operational perspective. We have not received that yet, so we can't register.
What's in this application? Please dial 212. What's in this application? Please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 1609851315 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment in this application.
Okay, while we are waiting for public to call in, Mr. Lobel, you also need to respond to the community board's comments. Oops.
Go ahead.
Okay. You also need to respond to the community board comments.
Yes, I know that there was a discussion with regards to environmental considerations. Ms. Cartalian, are you available and can you speak to that?
I would prefer it if it's provided in writing.
Okay, that's fine.
I can do that.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Mr. Costanza, is there any problem with the recording? Just because that was that blip, I want to be careful. Oh, shoot.
It seems like we only stopped recording for a moment and we are recording again.
Okay, I see the
Statements
lights up
were
top.
repeated.
Okay, I see the lights up top. Okay. All right, I just want to make sure that we're not being capped. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Mr. LaBelle, I think you need some time to put together all the response. As you can see, there's a lot of information you need to put together. Don't just provide the samples, tie them into your narrative and lay out a very clear chronology of the steps that were undertaken with supporting documents that back up your arguments, stating how each one of these documents were provided and the validity of these documents and how therefore they support your argument. And otherwise, yeah, it's not going to help.
Understood. We'll do so, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, don't go away, Mr. LaBelle. You're in the next case. Next case.
Tony, you're muted.
Sorry. Once again, 2025 49 BZ 637 West 50th Street, Manhattan. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Who else is here? Richard LaBelle, Amber Carlin, Jed Weiss. Who else is
I
part of
think
that?
Jed is leaving. I think Amanda Ionati should be entering.
Okay.
Yeah.
As well as Michael Burzak, our project architect.
I don't
see
Michael Burzak.
I do not see Michael Burzak.
Okay.
Yep.
Amanda, please unmute and put your, there we go.
There we go.
We also
I'll
may have
also
an
try and
applicant
contact Michael.
I'm sorry.
Tony Johnson.
Amanda, do you know if Michael Desiderio is joining as well? Or
He's
no?
in the room. He raised his hand. He's in the room.
Okay, good.
Should be
Thank
there.
you.
Okay, once we have him in here. Okay, is that it?
Michael Burzak's getting on. I just got off the phone with him. He's calling back in.
Okay. You want to wait for him or can we proceed, Mr. LaBelle?
I think if we waited 30 seconds and to see if he'd enter, and after that, maybe if we could proceed.
Okay.
Put my arm down because it hurts from today.
We have to get our workout some way.
You gotta do this.
It's lifting case files.
Who Who are we waiting for?
Michael Burzak, but I
He's
see.
here. Michael Burzak is here.
Thank you.
Please let him in. Please join us, panelists.
Great. Michael, if you could put your video on.
Yes, please, so I can see everybody. Great.
Okay,
Well, we
I
can't
don't see you.
there we go.
There we
Oh,
go.
nice to see you. Good. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Everybody raise their right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I
I
did.
so swear.
Yeah.
Who is taking the lead?
Who's the lead?
I'm
Please
happy to
state your name for
proceed.
the record and proceed if you're the lead. Did Commissioner Sheta step out? Oh, let's see, so. No, go ahead, Mr. Lobel, you can proceed.
Thank you. Richard
We
Lobel
have a
of Sheldon
quorum.
Lobel for the applicant, joined by Ms. Iannotti from my office. Chair, Commissioners, we had the benefit of attending the executive session. As the board is aware, this is a first hearing on this application. We understand from the board's comments at executive session the additional materials which need to be clarified and provided in order to support the application. We understand, obviously, we've got an existing building here with roughly 20,020 square feet of floor area. It is within an M15 district on West 50th and 12th Avenues. The building itself dates back to the 1920s when it was originally designed as a garage. We have made an application relying on functional obsolescence. This is a cornerstone of our application, given the fact that we would rely on that obsolescence in order for what we view to be, and I can discuss, a minor waiver here. As was cited to the board, we are asking for a waiver of one provision. It is not a use or bulk provision. It is a locational provision. The use here would be permitted in the M24 district as of right. However, because of the fact that in an additional AE, adult establishment, is within 500 feet of the property, we're requesting a waiver of this subsection. So as in prior cases before the board, which have been represented both by us as counsel as well as others, we would argue that this is a relatively minor waiver in terms of what we're asking for. We will be providing additional materials to the board in terms of the functional obsolescence of the site and how the cases support the findings here. In addition to that, I understand from the board that there was a discussion around the existing M24 site and what can be built at the site as of right. And I understand that we would also need to establish to the board why an as of right building would not lie here in terms of the opportunity to earn a reasonable return, which we shall do on resubmission. Understanding that and understanding that we do have the benefit of the board's comments from executive session, I have the entire applicant team on if there's any specific questions to any of the professionals in terms of their materials. And then after that, we would merely submit in order to provide additional documentation, as was suggested by the vice chair, to support our functional obsolescence case.
I don't think we need to add any more. Please review our executive session. I think we provided quite a detailed set of information, especially also in terms of the costs, some of the things that were not factored in, and especially the as of right use.
Understood.
And this is my direction to the entire team. Look for an as of right use that look for as many as of right use that makes the site viable. Do not purposely pick an as of right use that makes the site not viable. Do not pick a type of construction that makes the cost onerous. Do not do anything that undermines everything about as of right use.
Understood, Chair. We appreciate the guidance.
If somebody came to you and said, "Hey, I have this site, and I want to build something,"
we appreciate the guidance, Chair. We'll do so. And to further underlie that, we understand, giving experience at the board as well as prior cases, that we're required to develop what would be the most feasible as of right use. While there may be 50 as of right uses at the property, it's the one which would be most likely to earn a reasonable return at the property. We will do so through diligent effort. We do appreciate the board's comments in that regard, as well as to the uniqueness study, which we understand needs some significant revision in terms of
Significant revision.
establishment. So thank you.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, any questions or comments? If not, we can go to the public. Okay, let's go to the public.
Sorry, there's construction over here. That's why I keep muting. Sorry. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025 49BZ 637 West 50th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Webern ID number 160-985-1315 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone in order to be heard. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. There are 2 people with their hands up.
Okay. Go ahead, Paul Devlin.
I'm trying to figure out how to turn my camera on. I don't see
You don't need to.
You don't need with the get just testimony, you can do.
All right, very good, thank you. Hi, I'm Paul Devlin. I'm the co-chair of the Hell's Kitchen Land Use Committee from Community Board 4. We had submitted a letter from a unanimous vote on the board to fully deny this application. We feel that they do not meet 3 of the necessary criteria for a zoning variance. On the uniqueness factor, they are already using this as an eating and drinking establishment. And I would echo Commissioner Otley Brown's earlier statements about this being more of a business decision. They opened this business in 2022 as an eating drinking establishment and now wish to just add a adult establishment component to an existing structure. This is something that happened that also denies the financial hardship uniqueness, financial hardship criteria. Also, in terms of neighborhood character, I believe that Vice Chair Sabetta made a comment about the fact that this is sort of an outdated law. And I would like to point out that adult establishments in Western Manhattan, in the west side of Manhattan, notably on the outskirts of Times Square, this neighborhood has dramatically changed since this law took effect. And to ignore this law at this point would only harm the residents in this community. And to go back to Commissioner Otley Brown's argument about this is a developable site. Just 4 blocks north on 54th Street, we have a car dealership that is currently undergoing a ULURP process and a designation for being a receiving site for development rights from the Hudson River Park. That would result in a 14.4 FAR residential building. This part of Manhattan is ripe for this kind of development. And for the applicant to say that this site wouldn't work for anything other than an adult establishment defies logic in my mind. They opened a club in 2022. They're having a hard time making it work. They want to add in this component. We find that unsubstantiated. We do request, though, if you do approve this variance, that we make sure that you have restrictions in place to limit 24-hour operations. This was something that came up in some of the press, that the operator is looking to eventually get to a 24-hour operation. We would need those protections put into place. We would ask for full community engagement. The applicant, during the application process, admitted that they had done 0 community outreach to the neighboring affected block associations, nor the community council at the local precinct. And the success we've had with monitoring adult establishments is that we have very stringent security and conformance regulations put into place so that if there is an adult establishment, we have very tight security. And we would urge you, if you accept this variance, to please put into some protections for our community. The letter has been submitted. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I did not see that letter, so maybe it came today. So if you can just read
The letter was sent back in February, but I can have it resubmitted if you like.
I would appreciate that.
Yes, please do, because okay.
This was, because this came before us back in November. And I have, so I'll make sure I'll contact our district manager and make sure it's resubmitted.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vivian Tosaki. Okay, please.
There we go. Okay, great. I don't have the ability to click on a video.
You don't need to.
either.
It's okay.
Okay, great. I want to mention, because you were just talking about it, that CB letter is actually online. If you do a Google search, it comes right up. As well as the hearing. There was a hearing on November 12th. So just wanted to touch on that.
Okay, I do have the community board letter. I don't have the letter from the Hell's Kitchen. That's the one I do not have.
I'm sorry, I represent Community Board 4.
Okay.
I'm the co-chair of the Land Use Committee. I'm a signatory on that letter.
Okay, got it. Then we have it. All right, thank you.
Okay. So I don't want to repeat everything that's here. I understand that they have to satisfy all of the 5 findings and that they struggled with financial hardship, so we didn't go too much further. So I do want to echo though here that the key here is that under 7221, the hardship runs with the land, the building, the property, not with the tenant's business strategy, not with the tenant's profitability. And I want to point out that the Department of Building rejected their application based on not on their desire to change the structure. They can make all of the changes that they want. They can make all of these structural changes. They can expand. They can make the space bigger. They can cut down walls. What the Department of Building pointed out was the use, right? So this is truly not minimal relief tied to a piece of property. It is a use expansion designed to increase tenant revenue. I'd also like to point out, and you guys went through the economic analysis, and on page 23, it even expressly states that the Marshall and Swift is not being used or relied on here, but rather they're relying on preliminary architect estimates. But even if they resubmit this economic analysis, they still fail the hardship requirement under 7221. It's self-created, clearly. Any alleged hardship here is self-created. If the tenant's current operation is not sufficiently profitable without adding adult entertainment, that condition results from the tenant's business decisions. I don't want to repeat what's already in our written submission, and I don't want to repeat that and waste your time, but I did hear Attorney LaBelle state that this is a relatively minor waiver, and that's upsetting because, and this is probably my most important point, the 500-foot separation rule was not adopted casually. It reflects more than 30 years of deliberate legislative and community policy to prevent the concentration of adult establishments and the secondary effects associated with clustering. If you look at page 3 and page 8 of their economic analysis, they actually express a desire to become a destination location. Spearmint Rhino, another adult establishment, is on 47th Street. We're on 51st Street. This would put them at 50th Street. This would absolutely change the character of the neighborhood and create instability in this neighborhood. For these reasons, the application should be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak on this matter?
Anyone else who wants to speak on 2025-49BZ, 637 West 50th Street, Manhattan? Please raise your hand. No?
I would
Okay.
ask for 60 seconds to respond.
Okay,
Will I get 60 seconds to respond to?
That's not how it works.
No, it's not how it works.
I
Yeah,
just-
thank you.
no,
Yeah.
no, thank you
Any
very much.
further submissions you may
You-
send to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. Any further statements regarding the application?
Yes. Thank you very much for your
you.
participation. Go ahead, Mr. Lobel.
Thank you. The first point Ms. Tazaki made with regards to the DOB objection, as the board is well aware, DOB objections are a
Yes.
pre-requirement for any BSA application, which is why we
Right.
receive that. The second point I would make is with regards to self-created hardship. That is not the allegation that the applicant is making. It is that the building itself, the site itself, is deficient and functionally obsolete. We will make that case again upon resubmission and make that stronger. And finally, with regards to the community board, I just have a tremendous amount of respect for Community Board 4 and the work that they do. We've been in front of them many times. I will say that as a matter of record at the hearing, they said that they do not approve variance applications. So I would just note that in terms of that kind of blanket statement in terms of variance applications. Again, we look forward to the opportunity to work with the community board in the future and did have a great dialogue with them, but I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank I though would echo Ms. Tazaki's statement and her concern with the statement that was made by you, Mr. Lobel, which is that this is a minor waiver. I concur with her. It is not a minor waiver. While it may seem like a minor waiver, it's not. There are long history, and you know this very well, of how this regulation was derived at and the immense amount of study and everything that took place. I did not make any statement because I wanted to hear what other commissioners had to say at that point. And the study was very, very, very much, even though it might sound dated, I don't think the facts are wrong still today.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we understand. We have the documentation from the 1988 discussion around the rule, and we'll submit on that as well as our statements in terms of the nature of the waiver and whether or not it is indeed a major waiver or a minor waiver. Thank you.
Yeah, and another thing, when you're doing the financial analysis, Marshall and Swift, make that your mantra.
Well, we know.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sure. All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think you need a lot of time to do this.
Happy to work with the project manager to
yeah,
work
let us know. Yeah, but I'm only going to give this one more time.
We understand.
So if at the next hearing the board is not convinced with the submission, I'm going to recommend closing it. So this is one last chance you have to convince the board.
Okay, I feel like that's premature given the duration of other applications, but we understand the statement.
I think where the commission is starting from, it's going to be, I find it difficult.
Okay.
Objectively, because we did not, I think vast majority of us didn't think there was any obsolescence with
We'll put our best foot forward, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Something I just wanted to make sure, and please do notify the community board of the hearing and submit your revised documents to the community board.
We will.
Okay. All right.
Final application 2025-51BZ 2086 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island. This is Mr. Dale. Is anyone with you, Mr. Dale?
Good afternoon. No, it is just myself today.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. My name is Todd. Sure.
Yes.
Sorry, Tony. Jumping ahead.
No, go ahead.
I know it's been a long day. I've just jumped to the jump.
Go right ahead.
Todd Dale for the applicant. As I said, it's been a long day. I appreciate the board's efforts today and their stamina, and I will try and make this quick. I did attend review session. I just wanted to make a few comments in response to that. First, we would fully agree with the general board assessment that the application is incomplete and needs additional information. And just to let the board know, that is actually in progress. We've provided examples of recent drive-through approvals to the architect. They're working on the plans. Just so the board is aware, Stonefield Engineering, who has done traffic work with many other sites, is involved with this project. And there actually were meetings with DOT for a drive-through at this site with Stonefield attending. It was a slightly different design than what's been presented to the board, actually a more aggressive design, but there were some initial discussions prior to filing. So we're aware, and those are all in progress. Just to provide a little context, with respect to the incomplete application, I would just say, I believe our office has a record of providing information the board requests, and we intend to do so with this. There was some administrative confusion, I believe, with this site. When it was filed in December, our office had reached out the end of January because we hadn't received a notice of comments, and we were told it was forthcoming. Unfortunately, we missed the notice of comments or overlooked it when it was sent because it was actually sent by a different project manager. So I think that added to some of the confusions. Once the hearing date was assigned, we realized that there was a notice of comments that was assigned, but we basically received it after the hearing date, and we were not able to fully respond to it in time for this hearing. And we've been in communication with the board staff about that. So we apologize about that, but we think that there's a number of factors that were involved in the confusion, but the short of it is we do recognize that there's additional information needed and it's actually in progress. And many of the things we're addressing are issues that were raised by the board today.
Mr. Dale, I do appreciate your earnesty on this matter. However, please do not submit an incomplete application, even if it's the first one that you're submitting. It just saves you, you're saving of money.
Nope, I understood. We actually, just so you're aware, we were actually also informed at one point that this was going to be rescheduled or deferred, and then it wasn't. It was proceeded again at this time. But the short answer is we recognize what the board has said, and the work is in progress.
Okay.
But to that end, one of the things that I wanted to speak to, and it may be something that can't be fully answered by the board today, and perhaps could be addressed in some off-the-record discussion, is that, one of the comments that was made was about the lack of a specific operator for this site. So the board's aware that there was a tenant in place, and that, business agreement dissolved. And it's something that we're finding personally when we're working with a lot of clients and sites, that they're finding a lot of operators who want to have drive-throughs are not willing to engage into a contract or a potential lease due to the fact, or until they have a known drive-through approval in hand. And because of the length it takes to get the approval, many operators are just not willing to sign leases, and it creates this difficult situation for property owners. I would say I know that Starbucks, who often appears before this board for various sites, one of which our office recently handled, is willing to do that. But Starbucks seems to be a company that is proving to be the exception and not the rule with many potential operators of drive-through sites. So to that end, I was just curious if it's going to be the board policy going forward that an operator needs to be known in order to obtain a special permit approval.
Yes, because it really does matter in terms of determining the peak volume, peak demand, and therefore the peak supply, and especially with regards to the amount of reservoir spaces, because every business model has a different turnover rates, as you know, and based on the turnover rates, the amount of reservoir spaces that would be required to meet that DOT threshold analysis process varies. So, if you want to take the worst case analysis and use that, then this site plan is not going to work. If you're thinking of a Starbucks, this site plan is not going to work. I can tell you, you don't even have to go to DOT on that. I'll tell you that.
No,
and
understood.
This particular site right next to it, to the south of this site, there was a Starbucks that was proposed. And it was a much bigger size, much bigger size. And and that's the application that I cited, the case number. And there was a huge opposition from the community board, DOT, and the council members.
That's good. I apologize. I didn't quite get that calendar number. Do you have that calendar number? You could give it to me
It
again.
is
so I could-
2019263 BZ.
Wait, sorry. It's 2019263.
263 BZ.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And we will keep track of that. No, I appreciate that. I'm glad you reminded me of that.
Yeah.
So I did hear what you're saying about the worst case scenario, and if that's something that potentially would be accepted by the board as a
No. But my problem is this site as laid out, as Commissioner Yoon also pointed out, the way the parking is laid out, the amount of parking that is required, way the maneuverability plan that may work out without even looking at the maneuverability plan. This site is not going to work the way it's laid out.
And I would say that there's actually efforts are underway with respect to the design that the project architect is working on, removing those angled parking spaces near the drive-through and a potential reduction in the size of the center building to provide an extra lane. So we recognize what you're saying. And because it is the large zoning lot with the 3 tax lots, an adjustments are under review with respect to like those 2 issues specifically that you point out there. So I would say that the site as a whole, the zoning lot, does provide ample space for a drive-through, even a Starbucks, but it would require an examination of the zoning lot as a whole, as opposed to this particular design. So I recognize what you're saying and would acknowledge that this is something that's being looked at, but this is not a situation where it's just that single tax lot by itself, that the other buildings cannot be changed because the other buildings have not been developed as of yet. And I would note, just so you're aware, that during initial discussion we had with DOT, the original design, just to provide some history, was actually for 2 drive-throughs. It was both going to be the left building and the right building. And in discussion, DOT was actually open at time to having 2 drive-through, but we have since revised it to just be a single building to be the drive-through. And that's what we're working towards right now. So I hear what you're saying, but just in a vacuum, outside the particular site, because again, both for this application but going forward, if the board needs to know about an operator, I'm just saying from a, we at the ground level see a lot more sites that are potential drive-throughs than the board does, because not every application is filed, right? And when we see people come to us with these applications, we are consistently being presented by people saying that they cannot get any potential drive-through operator to engage in a lease without having the approval in hand. And we have property owners coming to us saying, and this is one of the sites, they did have an arrangement, it didn't work out, they're looking forward to moving forward, they want to be able to have an approval in hand so they can bring in a potential tenant. I understand the board's concerns that are very valid about the types of operators, but if we can present a worst case scenario, say, let's design this for Starbucks, but then something else comes in like a McDonald's that would be agreeable to the board, that might be a path forward where property owners can, move forward with potential develop the site and bring things in. So I understand and hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with, and I'm not saying that those aren't valid questions that the board or DOT may raise, but on the other side, if you're making it a situation or it must be known ahead of time, the vast majority of potential operators are never, ever going to sign leases until the approval is known in its hand. So we're stuck in between.
There's a very big difference between a signed lease and an operator in question. And I know you know that, Council. And while I truly respect you going for the worst possible scenario, and maybe that might be something we can accept in an L&O later on, but what we expect from an application is transparency. And I think you can appreciate why.
I totally understand. And that's why I'm trying to be transparent here in the sense that this is a prospective drive-through application. The board receives many applications that say commercial tenant, and they approve them saying commercial tenant, not needing to know what the operators are.
Yeah, but
the drive-through is one. if I could just finish, I'm saying the drive-through is one where operators are known. Back when we had to do physical culture establishments, sometimes operators were requested, but that wasn't for the use per se. That was for the Department of Information filings we had to do. There are many more operations that come to the board where it's just a general commercial use and not necessarily a specific operator. I'm not saying that that can't be the case here, but it's not as if the board has entertained general commercial uses, right?
And I'm not here to litigate with you or spar with you, Mr. Dale.
No, I'm not. No. And I'm not. I'm really truly trying to get the information as to how we can proceed in a way that satisfies the board, which is obviously very important in order to get the grant, but also is understanding and realistic of the business situation that's out there for tenants trying to, have a retail operator. You know what I mean?
Mr. Dale, I just want to, this is a policy discussion that I cannot discuss at this point. But
Understood.
From my point of view, when we are granting this, we're granting a 10-year grant, right? The
Yes.
idea is that a business may change. And if a business changes, that means we are reviewing the entire site for that particular business model. So there is a reason why we don't grant a blanket. And it is a consideration that the board has to look at, and it's a separate discussion. I cannot have that in front of you. And okay.
I understand, and I'm not trying to put the board on the spot in the record, and I apologize. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to
I understand.
You understand the situation where we're at. We're trying to see if there is a path forward with a speculative operator, perhaps using a worst case scenario, which I'm going to just say could be Starbucks. And if we did get that approval for like a coffee operator, if that's something the board would entertain without knowing 100% whether it was Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or Tim Hortons, and then that gives some assurance to the property owner to go out and get a tenant, and then getting a letter of no objection later if a operator is finalized. You know what I mean? Before, like, getting the letter of no objection, if the board were to grant a resolution, they could say they must come back to the board and get an LNO that specifies the operator before a CO is issued, something along those lines. So I realize that it's maybe an off the record, it's been a long day. I'm willing to reach out to the board off the record to discuss that, but that's the situation where we're at here. And it helps explain, I think, give some context to where this application is right
Okay.
Okay.
Should we go to the public, Madam Chair?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jella. So the case that we're currently discussing is 2025-51 BZ, 2086 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-985-1315 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer
Ms.
screen.
Matias,
What happened?
okay. Ms. Matias, you froze for a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. So once you're permitted in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Mr. Dale, how much time you need? I think in this case, you probably need a lot of time.
I would agree. We can be flexible with the board's calendar. I would say a minimum of, let's say, 7 weeks to submit, because I do know that there's a potential operator that might resolve all of these issues. And as I said, there is work in progress, both with respect to traffic and the plans that's in progress. So I'm happy to talk with the project manager offline, but I would concur.
Okay.
Okay. No one's raised their hands or called in.
Okay. All right. I would say coordinate with the project manager regarding a date, but right now you're saying 7 weeks. So we're looking at sometime end of April.
Understood. And I do appreciate the board's discussion. And as I said, we'll also reach out. We'll talk with Stonefield about possible worst case scenarios that we might be able to present and see if that's something that the board would be agreeable to. I know you can't commit now. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
We'll explore that.
we are far from that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's go back to
Third call. So for item number 8, 2018 151A, volume 46-05, 129th Street, Queens. I have not received the sign off, so I guess we'll defer.
Yeah, unfortunately, on that one, we will have to defer to the March hearing, the March 9th hearing.
Okay. Okay, next item is decision item 2025-36BZ, 13725 Jamaica Avenue, Queens. There was a correction to the plans. Do we need to reopen or anything? No, right?
No.
Okay.
I did, hold on just one second. I have to go back to that case number 25 dash.
No, Mr. Canzada, this is the decision case, so we're not going to have you do testimony. Just you'll be able to listen though, sir.
So I do appreciate Mr. Canzada for making the correction, and I'm satisfied with it. Commissioner, are you all satisfied with the correction that has been made?
I just want to comment that it took several rounds of asking for this comment, and it just became really frustrating. So I wish that it could just be done when we asked for it the first time.
Yeah, and this is a note to all the applicants. When we do make these comments, all our comments are available on our YouTube channel. You can listen to our hearings, and if there is any doubt, call the project manager or listen to our video.
Our videos are also available on our website.
Yes, our videos are available on our website. Exactly.
Review session, and I will also note to the applicants, you must review the review session and the public hearing. Sometimes there are comments in both that, that cover everything. So
thank you.
I believe this case is up for a vote.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to make a recommendation for a 10-year term with the following conditions: that the sign number 2, located along the western portion of the rear lot line abutting the residential use, shall be one-sided sign pole only, where the sign is facing, shall face only southward. The applicant shall provide similar bollards as indicated in the BSA approved plan for the parking spaces and for along the building frontage. The landscaping shall be restored and maintained pursuant to BSA approved plan, and a certificate of occupancy shall be obtained within 18 months of the board's grant. Is that acceptable, commissioners?
Yes.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
And Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Application has been granted. Okay.
Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
So,
everyone. And this concludes the public hearing for February 24th, 2026.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, guys.